Make the dream work. Always done it on my own, that's why it seem hurt. Cause I ain't met no one that ever put me first. So what I know about teamwork, cause I've only ever done it on my lonesome. I gotta deal through it out, yeah, I've grown some. Don't expect love if you've never shown none. I spent last year in the haze, so many records got made. I kept that shit to myself, I only wanted my pay. I took some time from stage, got in the bed with the snakes. They wasn't doing their job, I let them slither away. I wanna build me a team, so I can get to my fans. I need someone on my side that's gonna give me a chance. But shit just ain't what it seems, don't let them in on your plans. I hope they know what I mean, I hope that you understand. So never land, never pan out. Wings talk, think I better let them span out. Was too chill, think I better let the man out. Grew up with hand-me-downs, now I'm never taking handouts. Man, if you knew all the things I'm watching when I'm planned out. But I need help to do it, so can I get a fan count? Never understood me, now it's funny how I stand out. Me, myself and I, homie, welcome to the madhouse. So what you know about teamwork? Cause I've been in the clouds trying to make the dream work. Always done it on my own, that's why I seem hurt. Cause I ain't met no one that ever put me first. So what I know about teamwork, cause I've only ever done it on my lonesome. I gotta deal through it out, yeah, I've grown some. Don't expect love if you've never shown none. I know my girl on my side, I'm trying to build this alive. Thank God my family alive, and I just wanna provide. They say it's gonna take time, but I've been losing my mind. She helps me grow and evolve, my family ready to ride. So why am I feeling low when life is giving me highs? I put my value in sales instead of hoops by my side. But I can see it's the front, that's why I'm not coming back. Yeah, I was slow to react. Don't give a damn what they thought of it. Yeah, I'm feeling glorious. Go blasting the audience, man, should've recorded it. I took a color pill, used my computer skills. Now I got agents after me, word up to Morpheus. The future I sorted it, do this till I'm bored with it. Invest in myself endeavors, hope I don't get audited. My body is a temple, but I fucked up the ornaments. I'm so gassed up, the US probably at war with it. It's a message to the earthlings. Join the team round here, we put the work in. It ain't teamwork if only one of us is working. Only thing I'm signing is when fans bring the merchants. I ain't got a thing yet that I wasn't deserving. And I ain't famous yet, but that bitch be flirting. I'll make it rain, start a wave and go surfing. I'll make it rain, start a wave and go surfing. So what you know about teamwork? And what I know about teamwork.
Hello, hello. Do I have my mic on? Hang on. Yes, okay, good deal. Hi guys, sorry I was a little bit late. My hubby called at the last minute. So sorry about that. MJ will be here shortly. Heather Fitzgerald said, I wish there was a Kimball weed rolling in the background of this thumbnail. I thought about doing that, but I don't think too many people in this community know about Kimball weed. I thought she was in the past. After you would think so, Evil Queen, but that's why we're talking about this today. We were going to talk about it last night, but Nanya and Johnson and I, we just went off too long on the Laura stuff. And so I'm like, this deserves its own live so people can come back and reference it, because she's been in these chats, y'all. She is running around this community, and so many don't know what she was up to in Idaho 4. It's crazy. Hey, Evil Queen. Hey, yep. ATS, right? Hey, Donna. Oh my god. Randy says she's been to channels that aren't familiar with her. And I think that's what's happening. Is you're able to troll a whole new community of people. There's MJ. Yes. Hello, hello. How's it going?
Hi.
Citizen Sleuth. I'm just saying hey real quick to people. Hey, Titanium. I feel like we're taking a walk down memory lane, although she never left. No, she never got off the ride. She just found a new ride, and the people that are on it with her aren't aware of what she was up to. Hey, Spudler.
Well, some are. I'll be honest. It's kind of upsetting to me because I see people who absolutely know who Kim is, and I feel like that group think is coming into play where, oh, all right, well, nobody else is calling her out and she's just coexisting, so we're going to pretend like everything is cool. No.
Just accept it. Yeah. And I mean, she was on a documentary.
Yep.
So much went down in Idaho. And actually, this is how MJ and I became friends.
Yes.
Because I knew Shay before I knew you, and I had heard your name throughout the community, of course, but somebody had sent me over to listen to your stream on Kim, and I think that's like the first time I chatted in your chat, and then I was going to review it. It led to the whole thing that it led to. We don't need to go back down that memory trip, but it's actually how we became friends. So when you and I both started seeing her popping up in, the chats around this community, especially, she's in everything talking about Sebastian's case. She's in drama, she's in crama, she's in true crime. And when we started seeing that, we were both like, what the hell is going on? Do these people just not know?
Right. Well, and it's not even just that, honestly. Watching how the Sebastian case is unfolding on YouTube and watching all of the fake dog handlers and things come up. And so when I see that overlap and I know how it played out with the Idaho case, it does make me concerned. I don't like how close it's becoming, and I have questioned if this is intertwined somehow.
I'm wondering. Gemini says, I've been hesitant to hear anything about the Idaho case. It all seems so terrible. The Idaho case was rough. And this is one thing I like to separate when we're talking about cases. All of this stuff isn't the case. This is the chaos that people have created online surrounding the case. Every single case has that. And I know it is just easy for us to say the Idaho 4 case, but there are instances throughout this with Kim, though, that led to things, and with not with Kim in other cases, but we see it in other cases as well. It leads to things that can cause problems for the actual case. It can cause problems for law enforcement. It is a serious issue. Nicole, you've never heard of her?
Oh, really?
Why don't we Jules is here. I'm trying to get to the bottom real quick. Why don't we do that real quick? Put a 1 in chat if you have not heard of WSU Mom Kim. I wonder how many people have never heard of her.
Yeah, see, Rondi says in one chat, she was treated like a celebrity. And that is what we saw during the Idaho. And when I say case, as it was unfolding over this course of a year, it was crazy. It started before Brian Koberger was arrested and charged, into after. And the amount of celebrity status Kim did get and the way she was treated was unlike anything I've ever seen. And so, yeah, that rolls over until currently.
And that's why I put up Jaguar's comment, and they said, I was so annoyed with Olivia for that interview. And that's kind of where, in my opinion, it started to kick off with Kim. I know that you and Shay went back even farther. She was on Facebook and in message boards and stuff doing things. But like the big attention she got was the kickoff from Olivia, was it not?
Yeah, it started with Olivia and then rolled into Drunk Turkey Show and T-Rev.
Okay, so we have a few who have never heard of her.
Wow.
Interesting. And that's what happens. These trolls roll into new communities and they pop a squat and wreak havoc. I still haven't seen any evidence of early text messages sent. I still haven't heard anything about body parts taken from the scene.
Because there wasn't. And wait, hold on. Let me clarify. There wasn't, as far as the latter, as far as we know. But the first part, I want to be careful because there's a probability that there are messages, just not what she claims there are, so I'm not going to say there aren't going to be messages. Of course there are going to be messages, but not what she has stated.
So I'm going to drop, this is the link to, MJ did 2 deep dive videos more recently. I mean, you and Shay covered this back then and then did a refresher right after the Cyber Sleuths. After the Cyber Sleuths documentary came out, because Kim was in the Cyber Sleuths documentary. Yes. So Shay and MJ were like, hey, we need to refresh these people's memory on what Kim was up to, since what she is presented in the documentary is completely opposite than what she was really doing. So those are newer. What is it, like 4 months ago? Yeah, 4 months ago. And if a mod would grab that link and just drop it sporadically, do you want me to start there and pull up a couple of those times? Like, where do you want to start?
Whatever you want to start with. I'll just roll with you.
So what I had planned to do last night was to kind of share. These are long streams, yours and Shay's. One's 5, one's 6 hours. And that was one thing, you know, you and I were talking about this morning, is that maybe I understand people struggle to go back and listen to the replay, especially when it's on longer streams. I get that. I completely get that. But this is something that everybody in this community absolutely needs to know, because she's roaming around, and it is her. It's not a clone or anything.
She live streams now. She's going to take the opportunity to listen. And when I say the Idaho case fizzled out, and when I say fizzled out, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, versus there isn't a momentum the way that there was previously. And now we have the Sebastian case, so to speak, going crazy. That is where I'm like, okay, so it wasn't just you have this. There's Shay. Hi, Shay.
Hey, Shay. If you want to come up, Shay, just let me know.
Yeah, I sent her the link.
I'll drop you the link. Oh, did you? Okay, good.
But it almost feels like, okay, see, that lost momentum, right? But now here's the part. It's not that she's just existing, right? It's the fact that she's in these channels that are calling out the disinformation, calling out the misinformation, and she is present calling it out with them. And I'm like, whoa, wait a second. Are we going to pretend like you aren't the main contributor to the chaos surrounding the Idaho case? And this is not a matter of, oh, she got something wrong, or, you know, yeah, she got a little too involved. No, this is straight up disinformation. And I need people to realize there is a difference between misinformation and disinformation. Misinformation is repeating false information unknowingly. You just got it wrong by accident. Disinformation is coming in and deliberately spreading false information with the intent to cause havoc. And that is what Kim did. She spread disinformation. So I feel like there's a need to go through this, because why anybody would be okay associating with her is beyond me, especially all of the people that I see calling out all of the wrongdoing with the Sebastian case. And I respect that, but I'm like, then you have Kim. And so if you're not aware with what she's done, you should be, because she has directly affected these victims' family. She has directly potentially caused chaos in the actual active investigation. People were calling the FBI, the tip line, the families. It was chaos. It was straight up chaos. And so I don't think she has any room to be anywhere near a true crime community. I don't have that right, though, to determine where she goes, but calling as if she wasn't a part of it.
Right. I forgot to upload the messages, and this isn't to, I'm not speaking on the creators. That's why I want to alert my community. Like, you guys need to be aware. Like, yeah, I saw Angel. I saw her, and I've seen her in Nonsenses.
Yeah, that's where I first saw her. Yeah.
I think I saw her here first, then noticed, oh shit, that's the real one. And then saw her in Granny's Nonsenses. I've seen her in Savages. Drama streams. I think I've seen her in Dutchies, Earths, The Jerks, just like everybody in this community. She has inundated herself into, and is some of the stuff she's saying is wild. If she were a changed person and she didn't do all of this other stuff, or would have owned some of this other stuff, it'd be a different story. But she didn't. Like yesterday, she's commenting on the Laura situation. She keeps saying 3 years ago, to apply statute of limitations, it's 2 years, and statute does not apply. It's a federal crime. I'm a tattletale when it comes to adults harming children and families. Bitch. Yep. What? I was flabbergasted when I read that one. There was a couple others I took a few days ago. Oh, she had the audacity to talk on BHB. She asked if BHB's sister married a suspect in a crime. I was like, what are you? She said, I wish it were my place to share what BHB and JLR did to Olivia, but it isn't. I will say Olivia was set up by them. Olivia is a lovely girl.
Yep.
Ma'am. She said, I think when a creator gets content first, jealousy, and greed. Olivia was contacted by Kaylee's dad. Proudfoot spoke to Olivia, and BHB is truly perplexed that it wasn't her. She's beyond self-awareness. When she said, hey, Shay, good to have you. When she said that she was beyond self-awareness, I was like, what?
Mm-hmm.
You're totally lacking some self-awareness, ma'am. This is what, okay, and then here's where she stated this. I think this was from, I can't remember who streamed this from because that part's not important. She said, there's a group of YouTube and TikTok creators who are collectively enmeshing themselves in crime.
What did I say? Did I not say that though recently? Remember when I came up and I said we're not familiar with TikTok too much, but there is a group of people specifically on TikTok who do insert themselves in active cases. Because you have connections to that, Kim, don't you? You have that overlap. Yes, she does.
Absolutely. And when you said that, because you actually think that there might be a group of people conspiring to do some of this fuckery and like send people into communities. And there very well could be. Proof is going to be a major thing and like exposing that. But Kim herself was enmeshing herself in the crime. She goes on to say in that message, they believe they're going to make millions. They will use, endanger, and destroy to get there. You guys are going to learn today what she did. And I don't know why she did it. Like, she wasn't a creator. I don't think she was getting paid. Yeah, she went on a documentary.
She was actually paying. Let me be clear. She was the one paying creators.
Yeah, I think I've seen her over in yours too, Dutchie. But yeah, there was. So I don't know. Maybe it's a clout thing with her.
So here's the thing, and when me and Shay would do so many streams on this, I can't tell you why someone would do this, right? There's every person who inserts themselves, like Julia, the canine dog handler, Kim, Dot. There isn't one specific answer. It's going to be a different answer for each person. I can't tell you why, but what I need people to really understand is that there are people who are willing to lie regarding active cases, whether it's their status, it's their credentials, it's having involvement. I was there. I don't know why they do it, but they are willing to do it, because that's the biggest issue I came with Kim. A lot of people had an issue believing someone would lie about it, so they would be likely to believe her, because who would lie?
Who would lie?
There are
who would make up such an atrocious lie? When you've been around these streets long enough, you start to realize, I don't know. Like, I might not know a person in my real life that would make up these atrocious lies, but I've seen it enough on this platform that there are people that do it. And it's mind-blowing. Thank you, Krug's wifey. 13 months. That's like probably when I first started doing memberships. So thank you for being here that long. Yeah, we're gonna get into it. Yes, this is the Office of Moral Authority. Absolutely. It was deep. And Salty Sleuth, I've since learned that you were very pivotal in, I don't know if exposing is the right word, but opening up some of that. So hey, Joneson, good to see you, love. Good to see you. Okay, let me grab the first timestamp. And there was more messages. Maybe I'll upload them while we're playing some of this. It's just wild. Just know that she's out here sitting her happy butt on these streets, doing all the things. So I started out, I just grabbed a couple timestamps yesterday to give newbies an idea of what you guys were covering.
Well, I feel like, do you want to, before you do that, do you want to just give a little context of how she kind of like publicly, because like I feel like people should probably know about what really threw the momentum into her coming into the spotlight. You want to do that?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Shay, she had started she came out and did the interview with Olivia first, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And then, all right. So anybody who didn't follow the Idaho case, there are 4 victims. 6 people total were in a house when a killer came in and slaughtered 4 of the 6. But there was an 8-hour time gap between the murder and the 911 call. So as you guys know, that leaves a lot of room for speculation. And with the press conferences, there wasn't a lot of information coming in, and it was big and it was crazy. When Kim originally came out, she came out as like this inside source who has a daughter who attends, where'd she attend? It wasn't the same school, but it was
WSU.
WSU, and like kind of ran in the same circle with the sororities.
So real quick, where the murders took place in Moscow, Idaho, which is what, like 20 minutes, not even from WSU. Like the universities are really close to each other. So you had a lot of crossover in, college students doing this or that with one another. So her kids were at Washington State. For the longest time, I didn't believe she had kids at Washington State, but you guys changed my mind on that.
We confirmed pretty early on, and that's what kind of threw us for a loop. And that's why I try to remind people, sometimes the person is who they say they are, but the information is not accurate. So Kim, right, as far as we know, is who she says she is. She is Kim. She has children that do go, at the time did go to these universities, but the information she was relaying was not accurate.
So there's a little bit of truth mixed in with all these lies.
Right, which does make it a little bit harder, because when some people are able to verify she is who she says she is, they automatically associate the information must be true also. No, that's not. Listen, my name is Melissa J. That is true. And I could spit here 800 lies. Just because I am Melissa doesn't mean everything I'm about to say is true, right?
But they gravitate to those truths to spread their lies. And that's like the first thing to catch.
Right. And so when she had originally spoken out, it wasn't crazy. It wasn't this big ball of a circus that it would turn into. Originally, it was, hey, my daughter, who happens to overlap in these sororities, and attends the school close, knew about the murder prior to 911 being called. Right, Shay? That's how it started. Like a little, just that little, even though it's big, but it was just little compared to what she would eventually say.
Right, on Olivia's, yes.
On Olivia's. And that already went crazy, right? What do you mean, like, she knew about the murders before 911 was called, which hand in hand allowed people to accuse these 2 other girls who were living in the house and thinking they had involvement, right? Because if they're telling people about the murder before 911 was called, well, then you have some level of involvement. And it started there, and she spoke out on Olivia's, but then she went to the Drunk Turkey show, and she would go on their panel. And ultimately, this email was leaked. This email was leaked by T-Rev, and Kim has taken ownership of it. Let me be clear. She does not deny this email is hers. And this is really where all of the fuckery really started, because what is contained in this email is so disgusting.
We're going to go over it. And Melissa asked me, she was like, do you want to cover the email? Because it's very graphic for one, it's very disparaging for two. And it's a lot for people. And I said, absolutely, we're going to go over it, because I think it is so important for people in this community to fully understand the grasp of what she was up to. It's the only way people are going to take this serious. Nunya, good to see you, love. She said, did she go around just saying something or have any receipts? Were they fake receipts? I'm curious.
0 receipts.
No
and
receipts,
when I say 0, I mean 0. And here's the problem, though. The creators' panels that she was going on never asked for them, right? Because when she would go on their panels, a crazy amount of people would be in there, a crazy amount of super chats, their subs were going through the roof. They didn't have to ask for receipts. And she would contradict herself every panel she went on, but nobody spoke out, right? Because it
Well,
was juicy and it was entertainment.
I think as far as receipts that Melissa and I could really determine that were provided was allegedly she provided a phone bill to a creator to justify who she was.
A phone bill that just confirmed she called the tip line once, right?
I can't remember the details beyond that, but just in terms of like knowing like her name, where she is, and then she provided them their social her social information.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. So nothing beyond like receipts as it came to the case.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And I know Jules said it earlier in the chat. Salty Sleuth is saying it here. Salty's saying that she took things from Annie Elise. Jules said earlier she took some stuff from Donna Serafina. And that's what you're going to notice with her is she grabbed bits and pieces of rumors and conspiracies that were already out there and made them her story. And we've seen that in others who like to, enmesh themselves in a case and lie in a case for attention or for whatever. They grab bits and pieces that are already out there and they make it their story.
Right. And that's why I call her Kimbleweed, because similar to a tumbleweed, just as it keeps rolling, it acquires more and more and it picks it up. So every panel she would go on, and again, this happened over the course of a year. So where it started versus ultimately where you're going to see it ended and the things that she claimed towards the end is so outrageous. It's insanity. It really is. But it's concerning when I see all of the people coming out with the Sebastian case and saying, I saw this, this, and that. It's like watching it happen again. All over, and people need to be aware that this is how far people are willing to go.
Criminology. I'm not going to get that right. I want to say criminology, so I'm just going to say that. But criminology says, I remember seeing her on Reddit saying all of this day too.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't know if she was. I don't disbelieve you. I remember the Facebook post that Shay has shared before, and she wasn't it Facebook you shared? Like
yes.
It's on this stream. It was Facebook, and she was up in it early. And
Mm-hmm.
Heather said that when she told Detective John on T-Rev that the U of I plumber hit one of the victims on the head with his wrench, there is so much she said. I don't know how anybody took it serious at the time. But because when there's no information, and I've said this before about other cases when there's no information, when there's not stuff coming out from law enforcement, even though there was quite a bit in Idaho, but it creates this void that people get to fill with their lies and their BS. And she took that opportunity.
Well, and also I feel like a lot of subscribers put trust into the creators that they like. And if a creator is hosting someone and they're putting on that they believe them, right, that they have credibility, what I notice is a lot of subscribers just took them at face value. And a lot of these creators knew damn well what Kim was and what she was doing, but they pretended not to because they benefit. Like, I don't like, they got a lot of money.
Because they get a lot. They get a lot of people in their streams. They get people on their panels. They get people on their call-in shows, platforming these individuals. And we've seen that recently. If you're here because of Sebastian Rogers or Summer Wells, we've seen that recently with the dog handler BS. That it does draw a lot of attention to these creators, and they're not vetting any of these sources.
They don't want to. And they get to go away with saying, well, I can't, they come up on my panel. I'm not putting anything behind them.
I'm not responsible for it.
You are. Like, listen, come on. There's some times where, yes, let's say if you're having an open panel and someone takes the link and you can't prepare and vet. All right, yeah, sometimes things like that's going to happen. But if you're going to have somebody up and you're going to have them push the information, it should be on you as the creator to do a little bit of your due diligence and try to verify what you can, especially when it's regarding such serious topics, down to accusing people's first and last names of being involved in the murder. That's pretty serious, in my opinion.
Very serious. And I've seen this happen too, Salty Sleuth, where the person the first person to question it, those creators attack because you're challenging their cash flow. You're challenging what they're putting out. And some creators I've seen do two things. They get extremely defensive, like, how dare you question my integrity and who I platform? And others just don't want people to draw attention to the fact that this information is bogus,
or
because it's going to harm.
They were fooled too. Mm-hmm. Oh my God.
And
like, this is so messed up. I can't believe it. You knew, but you were pulling in money and numbers. So you looked the other way.
Mm-hmm. I remember this, Jules, when it was happening. She talked about that on Drunk Turkey Show, because I watched in real time the stuff on Olivia's on Drunk Turkey Show. And there was another panel she went on that I watched in real time. And I was like, how are people buying this? Hey, Tia, good to see you, love.
That sounds about right, Brianna.
Yep. Chopper, you're absolutely correct. Amanda said, I'm tired of the I'll show receipts, I have them, and then never shows them. Yeah.
Well, and that's why she never received any pushback. And people take, some people, what I noticed is if you hold somebody accountable for their words, they take it as you're being mean, like, oh, you're just being mean. No, it's okay if you hear someone contradicting themselves or changing the story to question them on that, right? You don't have to be nasty, but question them on that. And when Kim came up on my panel and me and Shay questioned her on why her story was changing and why she said X, Y, and Z on one day and this today, people, I don't know, like, it's just very strange how people feel like they can't do that. You should. The truth never changes. So a major red flag should be if things are starting to change and things are being said one way on one channel and another. And when Kim came up on my panel, those same creators that were pushing her were telling her and begging her to get off my channel because it was very clear she was lying and she was getting caught in lies.
Because she was getting pushback from the person talking to, like, not just from the chat, that's one thing, but from the person speaking to her, and they were very scared of it. Warning label, Nina, you're right. We have a responsibility to do our own research, just as subs, not only, like, you're right, creators and subs both have that responsibility. Brianna said that she was in another creator's chat that was showing a video about a custody kidnapping case in Moscow, Idaho. Kim was convinced it was connected to Idaho Fort. Yeah. She made a lot of claims. She absolutely, one of the facts I remember is she absolutely turned it into a drug conspiracy. The whole case was a drug conspiracy. That was very damaging, in my opinion.
Oh, well, and it would turn deeper than that, but we'll get to it.
It did. Okay, so let me start here. I think this is actually touching on when you guys are talking about the very beginning, the Facebook stuff.
Another one that was early on. Okay.
Yep.
This had, can y'all see this one okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, this one had so this talks about the frats, guys, November 26th. I am kind of jumping a little bit. I wanted to show y'all a few of them. Let me see. I might have to just go grab my screenshots so I don't have to get into that nitty gritty. Let me do that. Okay. I'm gonna grab hold on, how do I stop? Okay, let me grab my screenshots real quick, Melissa, so I don't have to like keep toggling and we can get to the meat and potatoes. But I just wanted to, I hope that helps everybody who wants to go see for themselves how they can look some stuff up.
Yes, and I appreciate that. Shay is literally giving you guys the directions of how you can go and see these posts for yourself. You can verify them for yourself. She just walked you through the process, and we very much appreciate you doing that. And it's hard not to like jump ahead. I feel you, Shay, because like there's so many stories, and we're gonna be going over. Listen, there's lots of panels Kim went on, but we're definitely gonna go over the Chronicles of Olivia, one of the first places she went, and we're gonna play what she said on that panel, well, on that pre-recorded video, because that was more of her debut on YouTube. And then we're gonna focus towards the end and when she came on my panel and what her narrative was and how it evolved, how it changed, why we think it evolved. And so you'll be able to hear in her own words what she thinks or what she is stating as fact happened. That's also one of the biggest issues I've had with Kim is she's never stating things as her opinion or she believes, she's always stated it as fact. And my biggest issue with her was coming out and literally naming these young students first and last names and saying that they were responsible for the murder. And I thought that was extremely irresponsible, dangerous, and unacceptable.
So it wasn't just the roommates. She implicated other people. She went on a Brett Kopacka theory for a while. There was a lot of others involved that she flat out named.
That was when she first came on my radar, is she went on the Drunk Turkey panel, and I still have the names written. I won't repeat it, but she literally named 4 students. You know, these are young, I call them kids, like, yeah, but I guess they're not technically kids, but they're so young and they're new adults. Okay. She named their first and last names on this huge platform and literally claimed that they are part of the murder. They were there. That's how she first came on my radar.
That was wild. Can you answer Sir B's question? Was she paying creators to be on their panels?
Yes. So there are certain creators that when they would have Kim on, there would be these certain accounts that would come in and super chat massive amounts of money. And there is more that is able to verify it, but I'm not going to share all of it. But yes, these creators that would continue to push her narrative were getting paid via super chats and PayPal.
Wow. That is
so
sick.
It's not that she was getting the money. They were getting the money.
Okay. So Bonnie M, welcome to the Streets, love. Thank you very much. Just a reminder, I do donate 100% of the revenue from memberships here. So thank you for joining. There was another question I saw here. Oh, well, ATS said she's still doxing in chats. And I wanted to highlight Lisa's comment. Yes, they did amazing work. They were calling out, they were debunking it in real time, and not a lot of people were. So they're actually absolutely the go-tos on all this stuff. And yeah, she doxed kids in Moscow. It's insane. Okay, I'm gonna play a little more.
Right, I completely agree. All right, I'm about to show a few more. Let me go.
Get you, yeah. Sorry.
Okay, it's ready whenever you are. Can y'all see?
Yep, and I think you could just zoom in if you wanted to, like with your mouse pad, maybe. But we could see.
Well, I think because these were screenshots originally, they're not letting me.
Oh, okay, yeah, but we could see it anyway.
You can't. Okay. So this is November 26th. I actually wanted to show some that I thought were interesting myself, just being kind of, this case. This is somebody who's saying they know Jack K. They're talking about like the Venmo transactions. They're, kind of some things that they were saying weren't odd, that it's normal for these students to kind of exchange money. So I wanted you guys to kind of see the conversation going on. So here's Kim. She responds. So this post is saying empathy. It's talking about empathy towards the victims. November 26th. So Kim says, these young women were petrified. They don't have cars. The killers likely didn't know they were there. They hid behind locked doors. They are victims. They deserve our grace, kindness, and constant reiteration that we are glad they survived. They deserve to survive. It is not their fault. They did the best they could, and that's all anyone could do. Until you have stood behind a locked door, terrified into silence, even if you have been, you may not judge. None of us can. If these young women see this, I want you to know that I and 99.9% of the world wish nothing but everything for you both. You're bright and strong and perfectly perfect. This is not your fault. You're survivors, and your friends are happy you survived. Your job now is to soar from them, or soar for them and yourselves, in spite of the 0.10% whatever and the monsters. Live your best life, hold your head high. So she's talking about their surviving roommates. So she's being very supportive of them right here. Nothing's their fault. This is November 26th.
All pro, and it's very important for you guys to retain this, okay? This is 13 days after the murders, and she is leaving nothing but supportive comments for Bethany and Dylan, and they were getting a lot of heat from day one. Because naturally we're like, wait a second, there was 6 of them in the house, 4 of them were murdered, over 8 hours it took to call police. We all had questions, and so they got some heat and side eye from day one, but Kim was absolutely pro the surviving roommates, and you do not even pay any attention to the 0.10% of the monsters out there who will side eye you.
But she changed real quick after this. Big change. I agree, Salty. They do deserve grace, but it's a joke because of what she went on to say and do, the way she went on to act in the case. So she came out in support of them, and then she was ready really soon after this to throw them under the bus.
Well, and that's the thing. So, and I know this might be a bit confusing for anybody who may not have followed the case. Like, well, what is this? The reason that Shay went all the way back is because, again, the truth never changes, okay? The truth should always be consistent. So Shay was able to find just days after the murders occurred. This is before Kim had a presence on YouTube. Kim in these Facebook groups. And so what we were doing, one, we were directing people where they can find this themselves. Don't take our word for it. Go and look it up for yourself. And two, at this point, just days after the murder, never once did she mention her daughter was part of a Facebook group.
Right.
I'm sorry, a Snapchat group. Never once did she mention that her children had any connection to the victims. Never once did she accuse the surviving roommates of having any involvement, anything with drugs. Actually, in these screenshots, it's the contrary. She is defending the surviving roommates, and she is the one saying there is absolutely no involvement in drugs with this crime. Yet at currently the time we were doing this, that was her narrative, was that this was drugs. There's this bigger cover up at play. And so why? If the truth always was that her daughter knew about the murders, right? Before 911 was called, if her daughter had an overlap, if she was part of this Snapchat group, why would she be leaving these comments just days after the murder? That doesn't make sense. So, originally, Kim claimed that her daughter had recently graduated WSU, and she initially said that her daughter didn't personally know any of the victims, any of the kids. She initially said that her daughter had heard about the murders from her Pi Phi friends, but her story eventually changed into her daughter was part of a Snapchat message that was alerted about the murders prior to 911 being called. The time changed. It went from she was texted, she was called, to a Snapchat group. That was one of the biggest issues early on that people had, is that, wait a second, you said she received a call, then it was that she received a text, then there was this Snapchat group that knew. And the time changed. It went from 8 to 9 to 10. And so that was like the beginning part of it of, oh, okay, now she's directly connected. And that is how her daughter found out about the murders before 911 was called, is that her daughter is in this Snapchat group.
That's what she claimed. Not that she actually did. Those are part of the lies. And that's kind of where it gets messy, is deciphering the truth from the lies. And I think the only truth is that she has a child that went to WSU. I think that's the only truth.
Well, and so that then turned into her daughter's home. Her daughter's address was used as an alibi. Legally, with law enforcement, it was used as an alibi. She initially stated that her daughter and her daughter's boyfriend stayed at their daughter's home. But then it turned into Jack D, who was a boyfriend of one of the victims.
Yes.
Literally used her daughter's address as an alibi for that night. And that was like, whoa, wait. So now it's not only you knew about the murders before 911 was called, which, again, the significance behind that is it's implicating the two surviving roommates. It's saying that they went in the house, either knew that they were murdered or found their bodies, and instead of calling 911, sent it out in this Snapchat group. It was a big deal. And then it turned into the boyfriend of one of the victims, who everybody was already accusing of being involved. His alibi was her daughter's home. Okay. That is huge. That is also now implicating Jack, right? Well, why would you need to lie? Why would you need an alibi? Where were you, right? That was debunked. Okay. It was not fucking true. But another one of the narratives that Kim went with.
And that's MJ calls them kimbleweeds. And so if you see people in chat saying a kimbleweed, that's because she came up with that name because Mary P's right. She was the queen of pivoting and not giving actual answers. Or if you ever notice creators, subs, panel guests, whatever alike, when they're up on the panel and they're being asked a question and they flip it into something else, or they blow over here and start talking about this instead, or they get your mind all twisted up because they, totally manipulate your words. Kim was the queen of being able to do that. And by the time you realize she's gone on for 20 minutes and hasn't said shit about what you initially asked her, your brain's just fried and you don't want to ask her again. So that was happening everywhere.
Was. Yep. She was adamant that Jack D was at the murders. And when I say it's not like she was speculating, the problem is that she would get on these platforms and she would say it as fact. And she would use her inside information to back up what she was saying. And people believed it. When I say people believed it, it was chaos. Okay. So she would go up and she would say, Jack was at the house when the crimes were committed. I can tell you first and last names. This person was there, and she dropped their names. I just won't repeat it. This person was there.
Yes.
That person that was there. This person was the lookout. This person did that. Which directly contradicted the affidavit, which says that, then she, the dog wasn't at the house. The dog was with Jack. That's what the victims were texting. No, the affidavit clearly states Murphy was at the house, which is the dog. She also made claims about the surviving roommates, like Dylan didn't like the dog and Dylan hated the dog. And how does Kim know what these surviving roommates felt about the dog? How would she goes?
Yeah, and she goes from being the mother of a young adult who attends the university that Koberger was at, and having empathy for these kids that were murdered at the other university that is really close by. She goes from that person to knowing every single thing, having an answer or a story or an explanation behind everything that popped up. Like even the conspiracies, the what was that guy's name that got canceled because of the faked audio he created? Yes, Joseph Morse. She even had something to go with that. It's like, it's just impossible for you to know all these things. So then come out the lies of, I have connections to law enforcement. I have connections to the FBI. I can talk to this person. I know that person. That's where I'm getting the information. Huge red flags. Huge.
She said, yes, Salty. She said that the U of I president secretary asked her to bring these concerns to YouTube. So when she came on my panel and I actually got to ask some questions, unlike anybody else, nobody was asking her questions. That's when she put forward, I was asked to do this. I was asked to come to YouTube and cause havoc and give this information. And then as far as the email, which we'll get to, this inside information that she was putting out, she claimed that an active, investigator? Who was it? It was a Idaho State's patrolman, Shay?
A patrolman.
Was leaking this information to give to her. Why? This mom from a WSU mom who has no connection? Well, she's the chosen one. He gave her these horrific details that they were very tight-lipped, okay? There was nothing coming out with this case. But they decided to risk their career and possibly getting charged, right? To give Kim these details to then go all over social media platforms and release. Are you kidding?
Yeah. I'm going to play a little bit more in this section because I really want you guys to see the setup, see the beginning, because it's about to get really wild, and I want you to see the change.
And she's not even bringing up any affiliation of her kids knowing these students, okay?
Right.
Nowhere in here. All right, next one. Oh my gosh. I have to bring this one up because I told you I was going to, and I'm going to make this bigger.
You could go out and look at the plus sign right there. Top.
I am.
Look, top. The plus sign. No,
I just did that.
Does that not work, that thingy?
I don't know. Anyways, okay. I could share them with whoever wants them, but anyways, so guys, y'all remember the stupid shoes on the telephone wire, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this is when I was saying I thought it was funny. So they're commenting about the shoes on the telephone wire. This is back in the early, like, November, December. Kim says shoes on the telephone wire is a tradition at the WSU too. Greek students throw their frat shoes when they graduate and sometimes when they get new ones. It's a Greek thing, guys. And there's even a Idaho alum in here who said she did it as well in the same comment thread, okay? But Kim was the same person saying, and part of this whole narrative, that the home was a drug home and the shoes are an indicator of it.
Look at that last sentence. It's not a drug thing. Kim would eventually be one of the biggest freaking voices out there for that home being, I quote, a drug hub. You have to realize when she's making these posts, according to what she says, she's already privy to all the information that she would later release. She's saying right here, it's not a drug thing. Wow, why are you conspiracy theorists going so crazy? This is normal. This is a normal tradition that they do. It's not a damn drug thing.
Mm-hmm.
So I seriously just wonder what had her flip. She was out here being a supportive local saying, look, guys, this is not a drug thing. This is, this is really serious. Let's not put conspiracies on it, to becoming one of the biggest contributors to the tinfoil hats that happened in this case. Like, what? I would seriously like to know that. It's like one of my biggest questions.
I think with Kim, it was, I don't, the attention. When Kim came on, I really can't stress that it went wild. Like, people were asking left and right. She must have felt very important. People would beg her to come up on panel, right? There was this, she had access, and she had the answers. Kind of take it, if you're very into the Sebastian case right now, take it as somebody came up saying that they know what happened, right? People go crazy. Like, tell me what happened. Tell me what you so desperately want that answer. And Kim claimed that she had them.
Yep. Okay, let's hear one more thing. And the reason that MJ and Shay focused on this, at least what I got from it, that the reason that they focused on this is to let you know, show you. She later claims that at this point, she knew something opposite of that. So you can see the foundation of, like, her baseline. Was this the truth, or
you
later,
have to,
later's a lie. So
in Kim's point of view, she would have already known all of the information she would later be putting out. So you have to read those comments early on and realize, wait, she claims she knew the murders happened early on. Jack was there. Her daughter was used as an alibi. So it really puts into perspective, would you be making these comments if you knew what you claimed you knew?
I'm going to direct a lot of questions towards you. Is that who? I don't know what Treat's channel is. Truth. Oh,
I'm not sure.
Sorry, I didn't realize that. I was like, who's Treat's channel? I was lost. Or else I would. Sorry about that. I don't know when she moved over there. She was bouncing her. She started bouncing everywhere, though. When I asked my question on Drunk Turkey, he answered for her. I made a video about. Oh, okay. Was that Salty Sleuth? Was that after the Cyber Sleuths documentary came out? Because I do remember a couple instances, which is what had me, like, I took a YouTube break at the end of 23, the end of last year. My daughter ended up with preeclampsia, some other YouTube stuff. It doesn't matter, but I took a break. When I came back, this was one of the things that I first picked up on, was the Cyber Sleuths documentary. It came out. She went back on Drunk Turkey's show, and I caught MJ and Shay covering it. Yes. So I remember that because I addressed that in a live where he was answering the questions for her on that show instead of like, these creators were just covering for her. And I have to think that the big reason for that is because she made them all look like idiots. She made them all look like idiots. And so now it became a game of, we got to cover our own ass, not just hers. She went on Drunk Turkeys, and then she went on, I have no idea. She bounced everywhere. Titanium everywhere.
Okay, yeah, here. I am putting it out there that the shoes on the telephone wires do not signify this. I lived on the street in this college. I have friends who threw their shoes on the telephone wires. It's a tradition. They do it at the end of the senior year. It's not a sign of drugs being there. So I guess I don't know, guys. I mean, this is just some crazy stuff you'll see in here.
Thank you.
Let's see what else.
She is.
Okay, I'm gonna have to go back this way. Sorry. I'm just curious. Okay, this one is. Okay, this one also pertains to. This was December 15th. This was the SWAT one we talked about.
Mm-hmm.
This is another comment in here. So she's in multiple Idaho groups, not just the big one, guys. This is March 23rd. I believe that she's talking about the home. Oh, the school wants.
The school gone.
Yeah.
The school wants it gone, the crime to be in the past, and their numbers, which were very low before, now to be even lower. I also believe with reliable evidence that there are many people who do not want this crime and the crimes that caused it to be exposed. This involves this involves a community, student, singular, authorities, Greek, and business owners. This was not one man. I have no idea if Brian is guilty, but if he goes down for this alone, more students will die. These 4 students were not the first to die at the hands of monsters. The brutality shows a level of escalation and sends a message. Snitches get stitches. Not my words, the students. Now, what was the date of this, Shay?
That's March 23rd, 2023.
What a shift.
Yeah, okay. Hold on. This is targeted
in Scotland. That was my Scotland action.
Okay, so I wanted to make that bigger so if anybody is wanting to like read the screenshots, hopefully they could see it. But again, MJ's link will be dropped so you can go in and zoom in on her screen and it'll be a better resolution. So the first messages that they read off were from November 13th. I think that's what she said. I don't remember the exact date, but it was 2 weeks after the murders. And this is in March of the following year. So there's a big change in what she is putting out there pertaining to the case in just 4 short months. Big difference. When did she go on Olivia? That might be my next timestamp. I think my next timestamp is the call, actually.
I believe it was let me find my notes. I believe it was January. So November 13th was the day of the murder. But I believe it was January. I'll have to grab my notes. Where is it?
I didn't know if it showed it here. So there are a lot more. Let me see. Does it say a date there? No. But there are a lot more pertaining to those texts. So I encourage you to go read through all those texts. I just wanted to give you guys a little snippet of the difference in Kim. They go deep into it, but that's why they're streamed. Oh, second. I'll be right back, MJ. I'm getting a call real quick.
Okay. Yeah, she went on Olivia's, but again, this was the beginning. We didn't really have the context of the Facebook messages at this point. So when she went on Olivia, who she does great at producing videos and stuff, I just don't think that there's vetting done. But she's very, very well done as far as putting together videos. But she put it as this inside access, right? Somebody who is speaking out that has information. And the information that she was coming forward was being a mom of a daughter who went to WSU, and her daughter was in this Snapchat group, and her daughter knew about the murder prior to 911 being called. That was really the bulk of the narrative Kim came out with. Her daughter didn't know these kids. It was only part of this Snapchat group because of the sororities. Like, they're all run in the same circle of people. So that's just really how it started when she first came on to Olivia, and Olivia posted this video. But that in itself gained a lot of momentum. Like I said, people were already heavily speculating that these two surviving roommates had involvement. So to even come out and say that they sent out messages saying that there were a murder before calling 911, that was huge. And you need to realize the impact it had. Because even though, you know, like I'm just saying this, those surviving roommates received, I don't even want to know.
They're
the level
still
of
receiving
pressure.
it.
They still are, right? And so it's just, there's a lot of impact over these actions.
Yeah, I know I addressed, you know, the people in our little community that were covering it, and JLR and Harsh Reality were two of the biggest that went after those two roommates, and they're still going after those two roommates, making up the craziest shit on them. And I understand the questions for them. I have questions. I'm hoping that those questions get answered during the trial, but there are people, not just those two, but a lot of other creators who are just flat out accusing them, putting them into weird conspiracies. It became a lot.
Right. And this is actually January 20th, 2023 that this
January. Thank you. All right. So I encourage you to go over, and especially if you're a creator in this community and she is coming into your chats, I encourage you to go over and listen to all those text messages. But I want to jump ahead here to the call, and I think this is where she ended up on most people's radar. That stuff that MJ and Shay were discussing prior to that, not a lot of people knew it at the time. They, you know, had the benefit of going back and grabbing it now and putting it out in this great timeline for us. But this call is what really put her on people's radar, and so many people just believed this automatically. They just believed it. Yeah.
Center to
enhance.
Thank you, Answer.
It reminds me of Office Space.
And that's another thing, Answer. Great comment. Not Jack D, a friend of Jack D, supposedly stayed at Kim's daughter's house, but said he stayed at Jack's, giving Jack an alibi. A lot of the lies that she injected into the narrative here on social media, I still see them out there today. I still see people taking these lies and using them as part of their narratives, as part of their conspiracies and their lies. If you go and investigate Kim, you realize, and we see that. I hate to reference Sebastian's case, but that's the whole reason we're doing this live, is because we see her now meddling in Sebastian's case. But we've seen people do that in his case as well. They take what the dog handler said, 3 months ago, and now we know that that was Bubkus. They take what, Nina said, or this person said, or that person said, and they're taking things that they come from a foundation of lies and conspiracies and disinformation, and they twist that into blaming people or saying this person's guilty or this person's guilty, and it doesn't come from a factual source.
There. I think that's good.
You two are so cute.
January 20th, 2023. And it's Chronicle of Olivia. And in her description, this video is no longer publicly available.
Sorry, I'm laughing.
But the description says, in today's video, I interview Kim, a mother of 2 WSU students. On November 13th, Kim's daughter told her that by 10 a.m., she already knew the details of the incident. For anybody who's not aware, it was about noon that the 911 call was put in. So this is knowing about the murders 2 hours prior.
So what they do, Jules, is they take that, the story from Kaylee's mom pretty much solidifies that the roommates contacted other people before calling the cops. And we kind of knew that from jump. Like, one of the very first things that I can't even remember the way it was worded, but that basically we knew others had arrived because someone had called the phone from the surviving roommate's phone. So we knew other people had arrived, and more than likely they had contacted them.
Yeah.
But what they did with this or what Kim did with this is she was able to take that factual piece of evidence that was kind of like a small snippet of the story that people weren't stuck on, and she was able to expand on it and claim this BS you're about to hear.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's another disgusting thing. This spills over into their families. It absolutely does.
And then I would ultimately show Brat and Steve Gonsalves's conversations, and he even references what Kim is spewing and how ridiculous it is.
Mm-hmm. Ellen C. Pickles, I think it depends on where you live. The university my son attends, they are very big rivals with the frat houses of the university that's closest, which is not his isn't the U of I, but that's the one closest, and they are big rivals. So, but I do think that maybe there are some places where, frats and sororities get along and don't see each other as competition. But I was with you too when I heard that coming out of her. I was like, oh, okay, that's weird.
All right, go ahead.
I can also add, guys, she was on the Drunk Turkey show January 14th, 2023. I did get a screenshot of that.
Yes. Oh, so that was cool. She also told Kim that girls from the sorority Pi Beta Phi, did I say that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Pi Beta Phi were called. More people have come forward and said that starting at 8 a.m., people have been called to the home. So not only did people know about the murder prior to 911 being called, but people were at the home. Okay? Anything else?
No. And I did get a ton of screenshots after all of this came out. Like you guys got to see what was happening in the groups when they were talking about her as well. If you could search WSU Mom Kim within the groups, how I showed y'all. It's really interesting because there's a lot of people who never believed her, but we have a whole group over here in the YouTube world that was going bananas and ape shit over here about it. There's a ton of people who didn't believe her.
Okay. So that's
shocking info about that morning. Her daughter says, by 10 a.m., she already knew the details of the incident on 1122 King Road.
She knew. She'd known since 10. Jill and Bethany were in the downstairs room. Jill saw them out the window. They're lying.
According to Kim's daughter.
So they're lying. Right out the gate, they're lying. Okay, pause for a second. Bethany and Dylan knew. Okay. And I'll probably say the same shit. Actually, I should have probably just let myself react, but
That's
I don't
remember. No, I love the real time.
But it's even details down like that. So this is the first really thing, like I said, that came out that started everything with Kim on YouTube. But she is not, hey, this is what I think happened. This is what she is. Even if we were to believe what she said was true, how does she know what Dylan and Bethany, if you don't know, those are the surviving roommates, what they saw out of what window, where they were at the time of the murder, even if your daughter was in this Snapchat group that was notified. Now you're talking about specific things that the roommates saw. It's just, you can't. And it's not like, well, I heard this. Wording, you have to be careful with wording too. She spoke it as fact. That's it. I'll probably say that.
No, but that's not just that's it. That's a lot. When you speak it as fact and you're very definitive in what you're telling people, it becomes a problem. KCG, I don't know the answer to this. UMJ, was Clue and company involved? I know Dago was involved with her.
Dago was very involved with her.
Dago was very involved, but I don't know about Clue.
I got blocked from CJ, his chat, because I simply went in and I said, this is how bad these creators were, okay? I simply went into chat and I said, hey, do you still stand by naming 4 people's first and last names as being involved in the murder?
Mm-hmm.
I was blocked immediately. That is how little pushback Kim got.
Sorry, I was trying to. Yeah, she didn't. People were definitely cushioning her. I was trying to understand Chopper. About all of you, chat will be wild with the. Oh, I don't know. I can't wait for the trial. I can't lie, but it's gonna be a minute. It's gonna be
immediately becomes.
Well, and warning label. That's the problem. The gag order prevents anyone from spitting facts. Yes. And that is to hopefully preserve the case, but what it does is it what it does on social media is it allows all of this BS to run rampant. That's unfortunate, but you're right.
Bethany and Dylan saw someone out the window. Well, Mrs. Arnold, that's the thing.
Thank you, Salty Sleuth.
People claim they have. I can't verify what their vetting process was. I can't verify what they've done. But majority of people who just had open panels just allowed her to come up. There was no vetting process because I think that they were taking the word of people like Olivia or anybody who had Kim on originally and said, I vetted her. So I don't know. But again, it appears that Kim is a legit person. It appears that Kim does have people
So she is real, guys. And I looked at like the picture that we used on the thumbnail. That does tie to this account, and it has for.
So I'm glad that you guys, this is why I didn't skip over this portion, because I could have went to where they just like thoroughly go through it. But there were a lot of debunkers debunking, not a lot, but there were some debunkers debunking some of Kim's stuff, especially after this call came out. They were, I think, more so debunking the call than Kim itself, but people were claiming that, you know, she was a fake person. That became a big thing before the Cyber Sleuth documentary came out, because people were like, how's Kim going to go on there? They're going to have to vet her. She was a legit person who had a child attend WSU. And then that's where the truth ends, right there.
Yep.
Kim's a real person. Her child truly did attend WSU. That's it. That's it. But there are people that were debunking it, claiming she wasn't real. It was all of everything else was fabricated, but you know that she herself was fake, kind of like Dot. But
for a long time, the one I was looking at on Facebook, I think she's real, but I think she's like inserted herself in this out of fear. That is my opinion on the matter. But like, you can properly vet these. And we had Willie, up, which is a former friend of Brian Koberger, and he was real. We were able to verify him, but he wasn't like close to Brian at this time, and nor was he claiming to be. And I think that's the problem. Would you agree?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
She's been multiple people from Pi Beta Phi were called. These phone calls were made 2 to 3 hours before the first 911 call, and news spread like wildfire.
A whole bunch of kids were given a narrative by the kids that were there.
Locals are coming out claiming their kids or.
Please remember, most of this is BS. I just I don't want people to take from this call and think that this is factual information here. So please remember that.
Her friends were at the home between 8 to 10 a.m. This user says that her nephew said a lot of people were at the home by 11. This is still 1 hour before the first 911 call.
So hours before a 911 call being made, kids at the home, kids know about the murders. This blew up, okay?
Even spoke with a student at U of I who also knew people got called. But when it comes to speaking with anyone who received a phone call or immediate friends of those who did, it's kind of hard to get people to talk. Why? Kim originally called into the Drunk Turkey show, and they did a good job of vetting her.
There was certain validation that needed to be done. Now, the person that called us in stated that she had a daughter and a son that attended WSU, and they had friends and a roommate that were close to the situation.
I called the FBI on the 13th, actually.
Okay, but do you see how she said that? I just want you to notice she said they vetted her. And I'm not putting that on Drunk Turkey Show. I'm just saying that, does that mean that she didn't take any process to vet Kim? I know I said it before, but I think Kim's a real person. There is a Kim that aligns with everything she's saying. It's just whether or not her story is legit.
Because
But I didn't know if you were gonna say it, so I wanted to let you get out your whole thought there. But just that little twist in there, it made people believe that the FBI had vetted her. We have no idea if that's true.
And that's what the problem was, is that it's Drunk Turkey vetted her, and then the next person would be like, Olivia had her on and vetted her, and Drunk Turkey vet. And it's like, so nobody took the task of actually doing their own due diligence to vet her before having them on your panel.
Absolutely. And KCG, you have no problems. Ask all of the questions you need to. If I don't know them and MJ doesn't know them, we will do our best to get you the answers. So ask away, love. And Salty Sleuth, you're right. People need to stand up when she appears in these chats, because this is what happens. I don't know. You guys say she's starting to go or do her own lives or whatnot. I don't know what she's trying to take from this. But just seeing her like slither into a new community it's alarming. It's alarming.
While calling out other misinformation. That's the part that I'm like,
Right?
What is happening?
And we might all feel different if she had came up and said, look, I lied. This was fake. This was real. And you're going to understand why we feel so strongly about this when we get to the email portion. You're going to understand. But she has not taken any accountability for these lies. In fact, she came out on Drunk Turkeys and it was the complete opposite. Complete opposite.
Because I knew my daughter received the text. That is all true. She had received the text by 10 a.m.
Kim mentioned to me that she talks very fast, so let's be nice in the comment section. You can slow down the speed of this video if you would like. Also, for privacy reasons, I bleeped out certain names we talked about.
And one of the girls.
So before she says that, I want to answer this question. I did see the proof that Kaylee Gonsalves followed Chronicles of Olivia on TikTok. It was actually something that Heels did a video on because Heels couldn't find her. And so she claimed Olivia was lying. And she was just like at the very bottom. I want to say she was like 23rd up from the bottom of Olivia's list. So yes, Kaylee did actually follow Olivia on TikTok, but it makes sense. Olivia appealed on TikTok to those who were interested in true crime during the Petito case. So I'm actually not shocked that she was following Olivia from the Petito case.
If you would like. Also, for privacy reasons, I bleeped out certain names we talked about.
And one of the girls who sent it to her boyfriend plays football for UI, and supposedly he had sent it at my daughter's house, but again, we were in a hotel in Pullman. I never saw him. So, but then when I called at 5 o'clock, when we got the alert on the way home, she knew everything that had happened. And down to like the injuries and where the kids were, and that Dylan and Bethany were in the downstairs room. They knew the guys who were there. It wasn't just one. They knew who they were. There was a lot of loud noise, and they locked themselves in their rooms and went to sleep. I said, or we're hiding, whatever. But I said, why didn't they call the police? She goes, I don't know.
Keep in mind the comments that we've seen already from the post in the Facebook group. Now, her daughter knew details down to the injuries, the locations of the injuries. Okay. They know who the murderers were.
Did you see this?
Does that seem like the same person who was posting in the Facebook group?
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
A month before this?
And she's even quoting the media that she's consuming.
Like, man, you go from please urging anybody who knows something, say something. Say something. I know, Eric. I know. We showed it when we started the live. But then, damn, her daughter knew down to the injuries. First of all, even if, and this is always the issue I had with her, even when she first came out and the story came out, even if that were what you were saying is true, and people knew how the hell do they know down to the location of the injuries? That's up close and personal. That's more than, oh, I heard something. That is, I'm up to the victims' bodies and I'm observing where their injuries are, their fatal wounds are. And then she immediately, Dylan and Bethany were downstairs. They saw everything. They're lying. So how does it go from the woman who was preaching in support of these surviving roommates to now they're liars?
And so many creators ran with that. And I'm not saying that they wouldn't, some probably would have ran with some of this shit without Kim. But Kim doing what she did and making the claims that she made gave them something to point to. See, this person knows because her daughter heard it firsthand. It's so sick. And KCG, I'm with you. It's kind of sus. There's so many liars are getting exposed, like T-Rev. It makes you side eye every creator. It's something I learned early in my walk with Christ, was that when it comes to things like, and I'm just using this as an analogy, like your preacher, you know, trust but verify. And someone mentioned it earlier in the stream. We have to do our due diligence as people who are taking in true crime content, especially when it involves victims, their families, all of that. Like, we have to put in the time to research and make sure what we are being told is factual. So it doesn't mean like go and hate on these creators, but go and verify it through other sources and try to figure out, and I'm not preaching just at you, KCG, I'm saying this for everyone. Just try to figure out, like, wait, is this person telling me the truth? Because I do feel a lot of people with Ronald Reagan, trust, but yeah, true too. But a lot of people get hung up on like, oh, my favorite creator said this is fact. And so people take it as fact. And who knows, you know? Who knows? Okay. Walt Harris is here to defend Dago. Okay. I don't think anybody was attacking him, but you go ahead.
She knew this from the beginning, back when she made those original posts. So what happened? What happened here?
Yeah, they're definitely talking a very different game.
Mm-hmm.
And like, I just really still can't get my head around that. And I know you're frightened, but they were not terrified. Like, what the police report said at the probable cause warnings is not what these kids were all told.
Yeah.
It's not. And one of the girls, even on 2020, said, I think it was a girl, I'm not sure, in the black sweater, blue sweater, said, I texted Janet in the morning and I didn't hear back. Police weren't called till noon.
Wow.
They were there, and they were there early on. And what I've been told by the FBI is that they're aggressively investigating everything I've told them. So I do think they do know. I do think they're going to make more arrests.
The FBI told her that they are aggressively investigating everything she told them.
Mm-hmm. Oh, but let this sink in. When Kim came on my panel and I questioned her more, she said that no, her daughter never made a statement. She was not summoned. She was not compelled to speak out. So you have to realize one of the things Kim was doing when she was on these platforms is shouting out to the students in the Moscow area, begging them, step up, speak up. You know the truth. You know what's going on. Come to me. I'll help lead you. But her own child, who you're claiming knows down to the detail of where these fatal injuries were, and they were horrific injuries, who knew about the murders prior to 911 being called, never made a police statement. And guess what? If it were true, she wouldn't have the choice. So you're telling everybody else to speak up, but your own child never even went to police. No.
Mm-mm. And I'm with Jules. Yeah, nothing Kim said is in an actual police report anywhere.
And Ann Taylor is scoping for exonerating evidence. Are you kidding me? And if you think she doesn't know everything that's going on here, she does. If there was any credibility in what Kim was saying whatsoever, she would be gagged under this order. And trust me, I have seen the evidence, I've seen the evidence that Ann Taylor she's been blown up about this. And that's what the part that people really don't see with these cases, with the people who come on social media. People actually do call law enforcement. They do call the FBI. They do contact the families and send information, thinking some think it's legit and they're helping, and others just, I don't know. But it does get to them. If there was any credibility in what she was saying, she would be gagged because there's a gag order.
She would be a part of that.
Yeah,
1,000%.
But I do think that Kaylee's, at least her father should know. Give him answers. He needs them. I know the condition of Kaylee's body, and Maddie's crushes my soul for him. And I just can't even take away that pain. Like, who does that?
Yeah.
Who does that?
That all happened and the roommates were just asleep.
They weren't asleep. They were awake. They heard it all.
The roommates, Bethany and Dylan, were not asleep. They were awake. They heard it all. Can I leave you for 1 second while I run to the restroom, Shay?
Absolutely.
Okay, skip over here a little.
Y'all think, oh, do you know their injuries? I know. It's about the crime itself. But when we
How
when we
does
first
she
started
know
talking about doing
the position of Maddie and Kaylee's deceased body? And we know now from Kaylee's parents the position Kaylee was found in. But how did Kim know that? Oh, that's right. She said an ISP police officer leaked all of these details and went against a gag order to Kim because, you know, they wanted this information out.
That's it. Lie.
It found me. I just had to get outside of YouTube to do it, and that's, I think, you know, too, it was pushing me down. Well, I wonder if Kim's oh, Justin, no, he's doing his own thing right now. He's still on the Hannah Cleary that stuff. Very interesting that, you know, people will kind of start. We've made a lot of friends like trying to do these debunk series. We want to. That was really interesting.
And SW Firefly, and I'm not, you know, like, I'm trying not to focus on any creators, but I will say I do think that there were some creators that posted and entertained what she was saying for the wrong reasons, not necessarily because it was credible or it's what they believed happened, versus whenever Kim had been hopping up on those panels early on, it was blowing up, it was popping off, there would be a lot of people in the chat, you know, and so, but yes, even aside from the creators, there was a decent, I mean, honestly, it was more pro Kim in the beginning than against Kim. And I think it's because it fed on that piece that we all had of something's not adding up here. Something's not adding up here. And so when somebody comes up and, hey, I have all this information, let me fill in those gaps for you. I feel like people were a little too quick to jump in what she was pushing just because they were hungry for an answer.
They knew who it was. And I don't know in the translation if there was so 3 people inside and 1 outside watching, or 2 people inside and 1 outside watching. So from what I've been able to boil down and get pieces together from what I know, like from, and I think WSU's involved too. Don't get me wrong here. I'm not just saying U of I. Both schools are involved. And not just because he was a teacher there. How did he get vetted? Who is vetting him to be a teacher in classroom 12 and my kids sit in classroom 13? Who's doing that? And I stand behind everything I say, and I've said everything to the FBI immediately. When I discovered a lie, I called the FBI and I told them.
Immediately? You contacted the FBI immediately because your posts do not reflect that. Now, granted, could she have been keeping it to herself and intentionally trying to throw people off? Sure, but I don't think it's likely. I don't think it's plausible. And she also said there,
wild how she entangled herself in this. I'm sorry. Like, I mean, I know like people are probably, I don't know, their ship has sailed on this. They've seen things debunked. But for me, it's like an enigma. Like, why get so involved? Like, this is so personal, guys.
It is. And Ellen, a lot of people thought, and myself included, thought she was that person. I know exactly who you're talking about in Kylie Rodney's case. It's just the way she talks. I did think she was the same, but yeah.
Well, and see, now she also in that piece just included how her kids are in classroom 13. Kohlberger taught in 12. So now there's another overlap, not just with the victims, with the surviving roommates, but also with the man who would be arrested. Because
this is how close, Kohlberger was to me and my family. Like, you see how she is, you know, interweaving herself into this story. And that's what we see from these, you know, clout chasing panel hoppers, because I don't know what else to call them. Trolls? Because this goes beyond trolling. This is, there needs to be a word for them. Kimbleweed. But there needs to be a word for them overall. But and then Kathy P, good to see you. She says, I've seen this mom coming around everywhere, and that's why we are doing this live, because there are so many in this community who don't know what she did in Idaho's case, and we felt it was very important for people to understand all the craziness that she was involved in, all the lies and conspiracies and BS.
Yes.
So thank you for coming and hearing it.
The things that she says, like, I really hope you read the T-Rev letter later. Because, because I don't know. I mean, like, this is something out of the world to me. Like, Dot was nuts, but I think Kim has inserted herself way more.
Yeah. And I'll read the T-Rev letter after this and before we dissect when she came on my panel, because it's brought up on my panel with her. I wish I was prepared for that panel. She just showed up and then came up.
So it's
And
not
you
like
handled it like a champ.
I didn't have my questions organized or prepared because I wasn't planning on having her up, but there's a lot of things I wish I could have asked her. No, you're naked. Now you're naked.
I am?
Yeah, you went out and came back in real quickly.
I'm not naked.
Yep.
All right, let me go get my clothes on. Hold on.
Yeah, go put some. I addressed that.
Before it gets back into it, I'll try to skip ahead a little bit. But Jules, that's what I noticed. Like, if people questioned her, you know, those questioning her, calling her out, their families got threatened, the trolls were sent into their chats.
Yeah.
It was wild.
Kim goes personal when you call her out. Trust me.
Yes, I wanted to touch on that a little bit. She does.
Yeah.
That is one thing this community needs to be aware of. Kim goes personal if you call her out. We're prepared for it for today's live.
Yeah.
And it gets really nasty. So be prepared for that. But what's right is right. And thank you, Salty Sleuth, for, you know, she said, I've been calling this woman out since before Detective John did it. And I've never been threatened. That's good for you. I've never held back my feelings on Kim. I've seen the proof of her doing it, of going real life on people. So it's wild.
That email with her. And again, everything that we're going over, I just want to remind you guys, I am not trying to put you're not naked anymore. You're good. I'm not trying to put any validity into what she's saying. I am not at all trying to continue to push this out into the universe and attach it to this case. That is not my intent behind this. I know that's not Shay's intent behind it, but there's no possible way to discuss Kim without discussing what she put out there. But why I think this is important, okay, guys, what I want you to take away from this, why are we doing this stream? For me, at least, it's two reasons. One, you know, me and Shay covered this case every single day. We followed every development. I'm very invested in this case, and Kim is somebody who had a very big presence attached to this case, and she still is around. And I think people need to be aware of at least the entire situation. So if you do hear these things moving forward, because it's not over, Brian is heading to trial, everything will pick back up again because it's simmered down. I think you need to be aware of who you're listening to if there are future panels. Number two, why is the reason I'm doing this? Because I think it's really important as viewers, like we said earlier, mainstream media is taking a back seat. Social media is becoming the number one avenue for getting your news and updates for cases. I think there's a big difference between mainstream media and social media. And there are many creators who will truly take pride in their work and will do their absolute best to vet information before putting it out there. There are other creators that not so much. Anybody in this chat can create a channel tomorrow. You could put out what you want tomorrow. Doesn't make it legitimate. If what I struggled with is that people kind of held creators to a high standard and believed whatever that they were putting out there, that's a problem. Like, you need to question everything and research it for yourself. But I want you guys to be aware, people will lie. And I think a lot of people struggled with the idea that how could a woman, you're naked again, and then pops back in. But
Lord.
I think people struggle when they hear Kim. Why would somebody lie about something like that? Such a heinous, horrific murders. Why? I can't fathom the idea that anybody would lie about that, especially for no financial profit, for this, for that. They do. And I need you.
And that's huge. And that's why I wanted to pause there. Well, it says she settled down over the past 6 to 8 months and isn't so bad, just a little fraudulent. Possibly. Maybe she isn't so bad. She's going in these chats and saying things, but she took no accountability for any of this, any of it at all. So, and now she's going to become a creator, which that's her prerogative to do so. But is it just like a cooling off period that we're in where she is able to now convince a whole new community of people that she is something that she's not? Is it going to lead into more behind the scenes stuff with creators and lies and conspiracies? I don't know. But us knowing the truth and knowing what she did only benefits us. It helps us all to catch it quicker than people did last time.
Well, and I don't think it's fair because people do this thing where they move on real quickly. They're outraged in the moment. We saw it with Quentin Simon. We saw it with all these cases. And then when the next one comes, forget about it, right? Oh, doesn't matter what she did, right? She's pretty quiet now. No. What about the people she straight up accused of being involved in the murder? The jobs that they could have lost, the mental health being pushed to the point. Do you know what it's like when you have all of social media thinking that you were involved in a murder? People don't just talk their opinions in a chat and shut off and walk away. There are people that go into your real life, send you a million emails, contact your job, contact your family, docs, all of the information, all of your photos. What about them? You don't get to just do what you did and then walk away and say, but I've been quiet for a few months.
TikTok, live stream after live stream. People were accused of having something to do with this horrendous murder. And it stemmed from her bullshit and her lies. And
it's not like she got it wrong.
So we're not going to be
intent.
Exactly. Yeah, that's a great point. It's not as if she like, oh, I misunderstood the probable cause affidavit or this or that. No, she intentionally did this. Intentionally. It's a great point.
You guys to be aware of that you cannot just take somebody's word for it. Even in a situation like a gruesome quadruple murder, people will lie. Now, you don't ask me why. What are they getting from it? Validation, attention. I can't answer it because I can't get into that mindset of why somebody would do it, but I can tell you people will do it. So just be aware, not just for the Idaho case. I want you guys to be aware of this for all cases moving forward when you're covering an active in real-time case, that you really need to be careful with the information that's coming in. And we are able to do serious damage. Kim named 4 people's first and last names and accuse them of murder. Okay. We need to be careful, and it's social media is amazing and we're doing amazing things. And yes, it's awesome not to be bound by the same rules that mainstream media is, but at the same time, that's dangerous. It's a dangerous thing and there are consequences. And I just want people to be aware, and I want to bring attention to that topic. I think that's it.
Can I put the cherry on top for you?
Please do.
And it's relevant because at the end of the Paramount series that we went over with Girls of All Trade and Alex Erickson, if you guys remember, they showed Kim. So right at the beginning, Melissa showed you guys a picture. So for people who are new to this case, they're probably like, who the hell is Kim? And we're all over here like, oh, Lord, we've been down the Kim ride for almost a year and a half now. So just something to know that, like, it's, you know, it will probably still be talked about. And I think it's still good to have the conversation.
And thank you, Mother of Cycle Breakers, for being a member for 4 months. With great power comes great responsibility. Amen. Yes, just like Shay said, Kim is very much still in the spotlight. Maybe not as much as she was because everything simmered down since Brian waived his right to a speedy trial. But this Cyber Sleuth series just came out and she was front and center. Did Paramount vet her? Did Paramount vet her? I don't know the answer to that. So people just need to be aware, and it's an active discussion and topic of what's going on.
And now she's back again.
And Girls of All Trade did too, to be fairly.
Oh, sorry, babe.
Now she's back again with the Sebastian case. So that is why now it's a discussion again. For anyone who may not have been there, for anybody who may not know, I find it concerning that we have all these fake people inserting themselves with the Sebastian case. And then long and behold, we have WSU Mom Kim, who is a member and appearing in all of these chats, not just one. She is in all.
Everywhere.
Everywhere. She's everywhere. Even in the drama, she's getting in the drama.
That has nothing to do with, like, she is everywhere. It's something's up.
And so people should be aware. I see people chatting back and forth. Some people may not know, you know, it's not their fault, but I don't think if people accept this and roll over, if people have that mentality, well, it was the past, you know, like, then you're inviting it to continue to happen. You're setting that standard very low for what's okay and what's not okay. And I think we all unanimously should be standing with a hard no on this.
Nobody wants anyone terroristically gang stalked, but people need to know what she did. They need to be aware.
I wouldn't say anything if I saw her in like the knitting community, but it's the fact that she's actively
commenting on these cases
and disinformation, right? With another case. It's concerning.
Welcome to the Streets Whispers in the Shadows. Thank you, love. Yeah, that's the thing. It's not like, hey, I was in, like she's in call out channels a lot more so than the other channels. So she's in these channels that are calling out the mis and disinformation, and she's helping spread it. That's the problem. Like someone mentioned it earlier, it's a little misinformation of saying, Summer Wells's brother. She was referencing Don as her brother when he's actually her dad, but it's just like little things with that. So it's like, where's it going? No one's saying stalker or attacker. You have not been timed out. No one's saying don't to do any of that. Just be aware of what is in your community and what is spreading around. That's the problem. The knitting, I know. The knitting community.
I'm just saying, like, it wouldn't be fair to say, hey, you can't exist and have a presence here at all. No, I really wouldn't be saying anything if she was just whatever. But it's the fact that she's in these chats as they're actively calling out the misinformation and the lies surrounding Sebastian's case, and she's chatting it up like, yeah, that's crazy, Julia, she was a lie. And I'm like, who dat new phone, who did, where are you coming from?
That
like,
that is
you. It's just mind-blowing.
I think you sent me that screenshot where she was talking about Julie's a fraud, and I was like,
yeah.
What?
And I'm like, what the fuck is going on here?
Hey, Steffi, good to see you, love. Yeah, it was so like
bizarre.
Okay, I mean, she's not wrong, but at the same time, it's like, wait a second here. Wait a second.
Early on, Jules of World Trade was very much questioning her and giving pushback as well, but there were very few, very, very few.
I do love the knitting community.
I have called the schools. I'm working right now on having Greek Girl suspended. My kid loves Greek Girl. She loves it, but it is so out of control. Well, 10 kids have died since last February.
10 that I know
at U of I. After San Martinez died, they made sure the kids were very, very aware of the Good Samaritan rule, which means we don't care what state you're in of inebriation or whatever you're doing. You're calling in on somebody who's in real peril. We're not even going to look at you. We're going to say thank you and not even take your name. Right? That's what the Good Sam was. I thought Moscow had it too, but I don't know about that. So I don't know why the kids aren't. I mean, no, I feel like they were just trying to exercise their power at the beginning of the school year. And you're right. Likely, they put a black. Yes, that could have been. I want to believe that Dylan did and Bethany did everything they possibly could. And none of these kids did anything wrong. Yeah. Now, I don't know that I believe that, but
it's just so weird that was it 8 a.m. that the first phone call was?
Do you hear? Let me turn it on normal speed. Like, I feel like we get lost in what she's saying. We don't even listen to what she says sometimes. But listen to how she worded that.
I want to believe that Dylan did and Bethany did everything they possibly could.
I want to believe that Dylan and Bethany did everything they possibly could.
None of these kids did anything wrong.
And I don't know that they did anything wrong. Now listen to her next statement. I want to believe they did everything they possibly could. And I don't know that any of these kids did anything wrong. But then listen to what she says right after that.
No, I don't know that I believe that, but
it's just so.
I don't know that I believe that. Right. And that's a Kimbleweed right there. And she does it over and over and over.
This is nothing compared to what she would eventually be saying. So let's sing it. This is not the banger. This is how she came in, what she opened the door with. Okay, it was believable at that point because, again, we knew friends were summoned to the residence first. So the idea, prior to 911 being called, so the idea that someone could have known, it wasn't out, too far out of reach. But then it turned into, we'll get to it, but it went so deep, bad. You guys don't understand.
Sloothy, if you're listening, you might be pocket modding. A mod just messaged me, so you might be pocket modding, love. If someone got timed out or hit or something, sorry. If they got timed out I did discover a trick over in Jones's. So if someone got timed out for like hours or minutes or something, a new mod can time them out for like 10 seconds and then they'll be back after 10 seconds. So that's like a little
so much tip. Anxiety. Like even last night when I was listening to you and Jones's, when you're holding your phone and you're a mod and you're falling asleep, the way that your thumb hovers and at any second I'm going to hit and I'm going to time someone out. She is tied to Roy. We'll get into it, Ida. We'll get into Idaho Charlie. Nice to see you, by the way.
Oh, just a deleted comment. Okay, no big deal. Thank you. Did I get mine? Oh, okay. You're good.
So weird that was it 8 in the morning that the first phone call was made to like sorority sisters at Pi Beta Phi?
Yeah.
So from
Now she's saying it's 8 in the morning. Oh, sorry. I thought it was 10 in the morning. I thought it was, see,
you're like, you're on top of it, but then your old self was on top of it.
Yeah, my old self's on top of it, so I forget that. But that is where, and again, if you didn't experience it in real time, it's not going to stand out to you that much. But it went from a call at 8 in the morning. That's when she was first alerted, to text, to no, she backtracked on all of this. And it was part of a Snapchat group at 10 a.m. What? So it went from a call at 8 a.m. to text messages to a Snapchat group. The truth is always the same, guys. Like, it does not change like this.
Rory showed up in my chat one night. Idaho Charlie, he might have, I don't know. What's his channel name? Is it the Burn the
Thou Shall Not Kill?
Thou Shall Not Kill. Yeah, he might have.
Right, and
it was
she
2
ended up
hours before.
going with Snapchat because when people started asking for some proof, Snapchat what? Conveniently
disappears.
Makes their messages disappear.
Absolutely.
But they all archive, and in the Paramount show, they literally have Olivia and Dave, this other guy who spoke up, and they pull up their Snapchat, and conveniently, all of the messages from the 13th are dun 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 gone.
And that happened in the documentary. It was such a like intense moment, and then it was really nothing. It was ridiculous.
But here's the thing, and this is what I always said with Kim. Show me any messages, even if you want me to believe that Snapchat group is gone, show me where you would have texted, like her daughter would have texted another friend and been like, yo, did you see what just happened in that Snapchat group? What the fuck's going on? Because if you're going to tell me that there aren't residual messages outside of even the Snapchat, bullshit. I know if I was part of that group and I found out that it was a quadruple murder, I would be texting other friends like, yo, what the fuck? Like, anything.
She told a certain creator they were pulled from Snapchat and put in a safety deposit box.
She did. That they were retrieved, but they are secured safely and nobody is going to have access to it. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Logical. Come on.
Wow. Okay.
Now it's 4 hours before. This is something that you guys are going to notice in the evolution of Kim's stories. It changes depending on who she's talking to. And then it goes from text to calls to Snapchat. If there was a Snapchat group and students were aware of these murders prior to 911 being called, you bet your bottom dollar screenshots would have circulated already. I am shocked that not even fake screenshots have been circulating yet. But we also saw in the Cyber Sleuths episode with Dave, Olivia's interview with Dave, when it comes time for him to pull up the Snapchat metadata, poof, it's gone. It's deleted. And then you have Jennifer Coffindaffer there. Oh, is it possible for the FBI to wipe that data? Yeah, sure, it's possible. Listen, it is possible. I'm not going to say it's not, but it's not even so much, hey, do you, all of these students who were part of these Snapchat groups, not one of them have a screenshot, but you know what you would have if they deleted that metadata? You would have texts to your other friends saying, yo, what the hell, man? Like, what's going on? Like,
repeating
hours ago in that group. This is what whoever said what was actually.
You're fine.
Show
I'm
me
gonna
both.
skip you.
I'm loud.
In one interview, and I do that are taking, and I always feel like if you're telling the truth, then your story doesn't fucking change. Excuse me.
Hours of time. From 8 o'clock till 11:58. That's
agreed.
From 8 o'clock till 11:58. That's literally 4 hours of time that goes by.
Right. And if she was awake, like she says, that was 8 hours, and she heard all of that.
So with the do you know for sure that is what the phone calls were about when the roommates called at 8 a.m. and
I think what I heard, and I'm not sure which of the girls said it, was they were getting rid of everything in the house. They were cleaning the house, which would explain the van shoe print. Because I'm almost 100% sure TA guy doesn't wear bands. College kids, frat kids wear bands. Like, come on, right? And then to say that.
Stop.
Okay. Wait. Do you want to say something now, or you want me to let your past self rage?
You can let my past self rage.
Okay, this is probably what I was gonna. Let me see.
Okay, anybody of any age can wear Vans. Stop saying that it has to only be a college student who wears Vans. That's ludicrous.
Murphy was found in a bedroom with Kaylee. Because I'm almost said it was they were getting rid of everything in the house. They were cleaning the house, which would explain
that became such a huge conspiracy narrative too. Was in that time frame they were cleaning the house. I don't know if anybody remembers what, I think it was the DA, might have been just law enforcement, but what they said, that it was one of the most horrific crime scenes we saw from the exterior. How gruesome this crime, like we got a tiny glimpse from what leaked down on the foundation of how rough this was. But here's Kim out here telling everyone, oh, they were cleaning it up. They were just cleaning up the crime scene.
Incriminating the surviving roommates. Again, you know, like I know that we become a bit desensitized covering cases in the true crime community. That does happen. I get it. Yeah. And you have to become a bit detached, you know, like, but sometimes we do forget these are real people. They have real lives. They're not, even Steve Gonsalves said that Kaylee is not some character from a show. So when you're saying that they're cleaning it, you are incriminating those surviving roommates. And it's not that I haven't speculated. I absolutely did speculate, you know, but I'm not putting things out as fact. Kim was putting it out as fact with inside information.
Right. And Jules, it's possible, kind of like MJ just said, there are questions and we have those questions, right? But it's her coming out and saying she was doing this. She don't know that. She's just lying.
Murphy was found in a bedroom with Kaylee.
Student who wears Vans. That's ludicrous.
That is ludicrous.
Murphy was found in a bedroom with Kaylee, but didn't have a speck of blood on him.
Murphy was found in the bedroom with Kaylee. Oh, that's right. Because it didn't come out yet that Kaylee and Maddie were in the same bed, did it?
No.
When did that come out?
I mean,
the affidavit.
I think what did we get the PCA like this first or second week of January? I'm not.
And it was Steve who said it.
Yeah, he did. But the deal is I'm still stuck on the part where she thinks the roommates are downstairs together. You know, I mean, it's like there's a lot that's out of whack
was
here.
Upstairs.
So for somebody who says that they have insider information, from what we can read of a legal document, there are some things that are severely off. I understand that's only a small percentage of what we know to be the truth and the facts thus far in this case, but it's still, there's a lot of inconsistencies here.
What day was the memorial?
Oh, I knew it was going to pause it. Stupid Apple AirPods. They pause when you take them out. Yes, we found out when Steve spoke out at the memorial.
Yes.
It was
5th, right?
Excuse me?
December 5th?
I have to look it up. I know that the Kaylee and Maddie's families were gonna wait to have, like, are you talking about their individual or the school memorial? So like, are you meaning like the Idaho University memorial?
They're saying when we first found out Maddie and Kaylee were sleeping in the same bed together, I don't feel like it was all the way in before Brian was arrested. I might be wrong, but
no, we found out before
December 5th at the school memorial.
I think so. Yeah. Sorry, I was getting. I didn't know if you were
answering my question.
I know. Actually, your individual funeral memorials. I knew that some of the families waited until after the arrest.
Answering past.
I'm just curious why, if that information was already out, why Kim would say Murphy was with Kaylee in her bedroom and not a speck of blood on him.
Well, she's just, it's the lies are just
right. That's what I'm trying to say. Even this information. So this information was already out. Yet here is Kim repeating wrong information, but I guarantee if you just buckle up and go for the ride, she'll eventually correct it, because she's kind of like a tumbleweed and she's rolling, and she's picking a bunch of twigs up along the way and a couple of dust bunnies, and she's getting bigger and bigger. She picks things up along the way.
Here comes the Kimbleweed.
Yeah,
That was
but
the
like you
birth
could
of the
already,
movie.
refute like some of this based on when this video was released was January 20th. She went on the Drunk Turkey show January 14th. The PCA was already out there. She would have already known the locations of the bodies of where the surviving roommates.
But it doesn't matter. It doesn't fit her story, her narrative. So she had to say what she needed to say. I am going to skip ahead a little bit because we figured it out in real time. So we're going to skip to there we go.
To pop up left and right.
Uh-huh.
Are you kidding me? The smell would have just bowled you over.
Another thing is, I mean, to get rid of, it's like it doesn't take 4 hours. So
yeah, so I don't know. They were coming up. I think they were coming up with a narrative because the narrative that was sent to my daughter at around 10 in the morning.
10 or 8 in the morning? Some found out at 8. Your daughter found out at 10. Which is it? Is it 4 hours before 911 was called, or is it 2 hours? Didn't she just say a minute ago 8 a.m.?
She said 8 a.m. the sororities were notified.
Okay, so this
and then she's saying her daughter is 10 a.m.
This extends out far. How many people knew? And this is not even including the Dave and then those people.
It was that 4 students were killed. They were Pi Phis. And I think they had grouped Kaylee into that Pi Phi group. They didn't, because she's an AFI. Because I remember the girls saying, that's weird that an AFI and a Pi Phi live together. And they said, well, those are different. I don't know. Maybe one of them dropped or something. I don't know. And I don't know Greek. I went to Central Washington University. We don't have Greek there. But so anyways, they said that they were stabbed to death. And they said about Bethany's injuries. And then...
Wait, whose injuries? Yeah. Bethany?
Not Bethany, I'm sorry, about Maddie's injuries.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you know their injuries or not. But
another thing
they all knew that.
That's interesting because
all of these students knew specifically about the injuries. Show me the text. If you can't recover the actual Snapchat group that contained being notified prior to 911 being called, show me any messages from that day talking about the injuries, because they would be there. Trust they would be there.
And Harlot confirmed November 30th is whenever that was released about.
And it just would have came out in conversation around social media, but you didn't hear any of that prior. And so that's what she did. She grabbed a piece from factual information, added it into her story when she didn't have it in the story prior.
About the girls being in bed together.
Wow, that was early on. Why does it feel like it wasn't that early on? Thank you, Harlot, though. Harlot's been a superstar and she's helped out so much. So thank you so much, Harlot.
Yes. And she helped us a lot too with some of the Brett stuff too. Those interviews. And the other thing too, I don't know if you guys are kind of like picking up on as well. And I don't know why this is like just bugging me so much is I keep going back to those damn Facebook messages before the PCA. And like, she has no connections at all, but is all knowing in these interviews. It is mind-boggling to me, guys.
Yep.
And it's so concerning. Like this, I feel like can be very obviously reckless. And I think it's a learning lesson, right? Like for anybody who is a consumer of this content and, does follow true crime and court and, victim advocacy.
Since his appearance was paid for.
Covered the body. From what I had heard was the kid that discovered the bodies. But from what you're telling me, it seems like multiple people knew about the injuries before the so-called person. So that's not true then.
So he might have been called over. See, I can't imagine that Hunter Chapin would have not immediately called 911.
Part is really confusing.
Because I know there were guys there as well.
So for sure there were other guys that stayed overnight?
I do know that there were other guys there. I don't told me that he was a triplet and that his brother was there.
Hunter Chapin, yeah, he was.
Yeah, so he was there. And in fact, he's the one who told his parents said on the TV. So I assume that's the facts. That's true. So the police clearly weren't there yet. And everybody was told by the kids, not the police.
She's speculating.
She's taking in little pieces that has come out and intertwining it into her story. But how does it go from putting aside even where she started with her posts, but how did it go from kids knew about this prior to...
Well, and that's what we talk about. And I know MJ and I personally and others took a lot of flack when we're saying like there need to be laws for this stuff. It's not attacking good people, like saying, hey, there needs to be a law on this isn't to disparage those who are trying to put out the facts, trying to stick with, what's real. It's There needs to be laws, and laws will catch up to people like this.
Right.
Because this is criminal. Absolutely.
And it really does. Look at Trent Bolton, guys. He is part of the Watts case and claimed to have a romantic relationship with Chris Watts. It went all the way in, and there's an interview with the damn FBI with Trent Bolton. Like, all I meant when I said originally that the law is going to catch up and will be passed was people who insert themselves in active cases and deliberately lie to the point where it's going, do you not think they have to take resources to vet this stuff? They absolutely do. And you're taking it away from places that need it, number one.
And we hear tips, like people, you know, they tell us, you can actively hear, like in a missing persons case, like they'll say on day 2, like we've received over 100 tips regarding the case. Then it blows up on social media, and you know, day 4, we've had 1,000 tips. I often wonder how many of those tips come from BS like this. Yeah. And that's just bogging them down. It's just bogging them down. Oh yeah, Irish girl, you are absolutely correct.
Right, all these kids are there first. So the first call.
Yep, 100% agreed.
Right, all these kids are there first. So the first call. So when my daughter, and I know that, here's what I do know for certain. When we dropped my daughter back off to her house, before we went to the hotel, it was like about 12-ish. I hadn't seen her all day, or her boyfriend. But then when we went and picked her up for breakfast, it was probably around 8, 9. Still wasn't there. We went in. At some point, she was either there or she wasn't. The girls, and I kept saying again, why didn't they call the police? She's like, I don't know, Mom, because it's a party house. I don't know why. I think that's why. And that's kind of where that feedback comes from. I mean, and I said, have you been there? And she goes, well, no, Mom, I haven't been there, but a lot of people do. I mean, they're cool. Like, and I said, how do you know? Do you even know? And she goes, well, she knows Xana's sister. Xana's sister, Jasmine, goes to school at WSU. So she, you know, Xana's sister Jasmine is Greek too. I don't know how she's enough, but she's friends on social media with them, even though she is.
Oh, and at one point, Kim eventually explains how her daughter was an alibi for one of them, and they lied. Do you remember that, Shay?
Yep.
Her daughter and her home was a fake alibi for one of them. She really intertwined legit people, not, oh, I think it was this Cookie Monster. No, actual people.
If I were her child, I would probably be like, Mom, shut the hell up.
Yep.
With the kids over there, but really good friends with Pi-Fi's, and really good friends with she's a sorority sister. So, and that's where it came from. And then when charging documents or whatever came out here, she came down from, she was woken up, and I said, that's what they said, and showed her. She says, that's not what happened. And it was so absolutely organic that I have no reason not to believe that's what she truly believes. And that's
the weekend was the following weekend after the murders, right?
The what?
The parents' weekend was the following weekend right after the murders, right?
So the weekend prior was the University of Idaho's, and the weekend of the murders was WSU's, because that's, remember why Xana's dad was visiting Jasmine, and that's why he had to turn around and come back. Yeah, you remember that?
But I'm saying, so Kim, we're talking about days, well, not even a week. Let's say a week. Okay, so if we're saying like Sunday to Sunday, a week. She knew all this information after a week. So think back and hold that in your mind when you're looking back at those Facebook posts. She would have known this that following weekend.
Narrative she knew. So they were given a narrative. You know, a whole bunch of kids were given a narrative by the kids that were there. Maybe received the text, wasn't present, but received the text from somebody in Pi-Fi.
Text. It started with texts that were sent out, and it eventually evolved into Snapchat messages. You want to know why? Because texts are in black and white and stay there. Snapchat messages conveniently disappear, and I can't produce the screenshots.
And then she distributed it, and other people did as well. And that's why all the kids know it's a different story.
The importance in this is that she got a phone call from Pi Beta Phi.
Yes, that's exactly right. I don't know what format the communication was in. I believe it was Snapchats. The problem, a lot of the problems with this investigation is Snapchat.
We just had three
different. If you leave your way back through the Venmo,
text, phone call, and now Snapchat.
What is it, Kim?
I don't know.
Phone calls. Oh, she got a phone call. I believe so. And then Snapchats. No, it's in the Snapchat. Which one is it?
Yeah.
Text, call, or Snapchat? Hi, Michelle.
Bish, why you lying?
Bish. Which one is it?
Okay, what the? Okay, what the?
I had it on a loop. Sorry. But come on.
And I think that those little slips are actually just her slips in telling, these lies.
Yeah.
She can't remember what she said. And so it's not like, oh, it was this, she just loses track. It had to evolve into Snapchats. So she keeps slipping in text on accident. That's my thought. And Melissa is dropping in this interview, if you want to listen to it without the commentary. It's on Olivia's channel, but it is unlisted. So you can click, the only way you can get to it is through the link.
Right.
So if you click the link in the chat, you will be able to pull it up.
Yes.
So if you want to grab the link, put it in your notes on your phone or store it somewhere, then you can go to it anytime. Hey, glitter is forever. Does her daughter actually go to her daughter doesn't go to Idaho State University. Her daughter goes to Washington State University. That part is the truth. Her name is really Kim, and her daughter really did go to Washington.
Yes.
That's the extent of the truth.
Come on.
Because if you're not Greek, you can't go on Greek Row, especially if you're a guy. So I do think that I know they do it at PyCaps at WSU. They infiltrate, or they get a hold of somebody who will sell for them on campus. Like Brian couldn't go to the Sigma Chi house. He's not a Sigma Chi. Only girls can go after 10 o'clock, at least at WSU anyway. But you don't go to Greek Row, and unless you're an athlete, you can, because athletes aren't supposed to be. And my son's an athlete. Athletes, it's really, really frowned upon for them to be in the Greek.
Can you pause that? That is complete, utter crap. I know many athletes that are part of the Greek system. It's just a lot to do at once.
You know what this, and I'm with Shay here, totally. But do you know what this reminds me of is, I get the vibe from Kim of a mom who is very, living vicariously through their children.
Yes.
Her child, one of them, was possibly a Greek. And so now she knows anything and everything about the Greeks and all they do. And that applies to every single college, etc. And that's where a lot of this is originating from. But along the way, people who were a part of frats and sororities are like, wait, Kim, that'll make sense. So then she has to shift it a little.
And I always thought there was possibly a little seed of truth into what Kim was saying. There is an overlap. I thought it was possible. She originated in the Facebook groups. It makes sense that she filed the case. It was huge. It was concerning with children who go to that area. And I thought her daughter may have said to her, well, yeah, I know people who knew about it beforehand. And what do you mean? And people were talking about it in the Snapchat group or whatever. Makes sense. It's not far out of the realm of possibilities. But I think with her having the attachment to social media and it going crazy, she wanted to share that. And it started from that into, again, a Kimball weed of slowly evolving and getting deeper and deeper and deeper. And she would probably pick at her daughter, right? Like, well, what's going on? What did you hear about this? What did you hear? And then she would come on and repeat it and relay it, because here's where there was a part of this case where all of a sudden, out of nowhere, obviously, social media does what it does best and starts digging into people and stuff. There was this narrative that went with the drug angle, and it went for this couple, Demetrius and Emma. And before that day, nobody had heard those names in this case. Nobody. Then the day where people pulled up Demetrius and Emma, Kim is on that panel and she literally said they were involved. And it's like, wait a second. It shouldn't have taken a sleuther to pull these people up. If that was always the truth and you always knew about them, you would have been the one to say them. But you did not include them until we pulled them up. Not we, but you know what I mean? Like social media pulled them up. And so it's just amazing.
Then they went right into her story. Yep. Right
any
into
name
her story.
that any new developments, any new names that came out, she knew everything about them, and it was automatically intertwined. It was insane.
And that's why, again, I hate to keep reiterating this. That's why we felt it was important to share that with this community, because I see little pieces of her doing that in the chats.
She's walking on eggshells.
Yeah.
Put it this way. Absolutely. She hates me. She hates me, to say the least. And
I wonder
why. I have the comments. I'm not, this isn't my opinion. She hates me and she is scared for people to see her for who she is. And that's why she's she's tiptoeing like, hey, am I allowed in here? Am I okay? She does not want people to know her history. But it is concerning, because what are your motives? What are your motives? I do not want to see you do what you've done in the Idaho case to another case. I don't want it.
Absolutely. Nobody does. Same thing with the Jay Embry guy. He does the same switch up BS that Kim does, and then I got bombarded with emails about it. I'm going to play a little bit farther. I want to do about half of this call. And again, go and listen to the rest of it. I just want you to hear that, because I do want to get to the email and I want to get to where she comes up on your panel.
Sure.
Again, as just an overview, if you're a content creator, I cannot tell you enough to go and listen to the deep dive on this. It is worth it. If you have this woman in your chats, you have this woman co-signing things in other cases, go listen to the proof and to what she has done. So let's go a little bit farther with this one.
System, but they're allowed to go to the parties. They get invited to the parties, right? Because So, and if you're a girl and you're not Greek, you can go after 10 p.m. That's how it is at WSU anyway. It's very structured, and they say that's a safety structure. I feel like it might not be, but that's okay. Everybody finds their place, right?
Yeah.
And I don't think the girls, okay, I'm just going to say this. I really want to be clear about this. I don't think they're bullies. I think, to me, they look kind to everybody, and their kindness maybe made them more naive and put them in a precarious position they didn't even know they were going to be in. Not that I'm not blaming them. I'm just saying goodness is not a right to hurt somebody. But I do think they were sucked into it because of Sigma Chi, and I do believe it's Sigma Chi. This is bigger than them, and it's bigger than Moscow police, which is why I called the FBI on the 13th, not Moscow police or Pullman.
On the what? On the 13th, did she say?
Didn't she?
Yep.
Did she say on the 13th?
That's what she said.
I just got mixed up with past you and current you, but yeah, the 13th. She claims now she called the FBI on the 13th. That's why it's so important to see their timeline, where what she was writing in Facebook groups or Reddit, wherever they were, on the 13th. This is
the 13th was the day of the murders, guys.
Yeah.
The same day.
That's true. And her comments were 2 days after. So yeah, she wasn't calling the FBI on the 13th.
Hold up.
Bigger than Moscow police, which is why I called the FBI on the 13th, not.
She called the FBI on the day of the murder? But you didn't find out till the following week? What is happening?
Well, and remember, she told us that they haven't talked to law enforcement.
Do you see Harlot's comment?
I do. I was just
I
reading that. I don't remember that. Remember the blood her daughter found on her washing machine that she... Oh, I do remember that. She thought it was a warning to her to stop. I remember that.
So the evolution of Kim, even though she was asked to speak out and she was given the information to leak, we're fucking with bring people
in. Remember,
right?
She needed
so much that someone broke into her home and left blood on the whose blood? It doesn't matter. It was blood, and it was a threat to stop talking. Did Kim stop talking? No. It just only lit the fire more for her to go everywhere. But I digress.
Jeez. There's a threat. So why?
I know. And yes, Harlot, she claimed that there was blood her daughter found on her washing machine. That was a sign and a warning to stop talking, Kim. Stop it. Yeah, she's a lying liar who lies. She sits on the throne of lies. And she said she had a source that she literally had. What official? She said it on my panel, so we'll go through it. But it was some official in this investigation that was leaking for some reason. Kim Blabbermouth McGee, all of the information. She says she was told to keep going on these panels. We'll get to it because that's my panel that I've done with her. And but you called the FBI on the 13th before you even knew anything was wrong. How does it make sense? Make it make sense.
A lot of people at the time, they got the vandal alert and stuff like started in the community, yes, they were being aware that there was a homicide, but they didn't get a lot more details until the following day. We've gone through the Reddit forums of the local Moscow group. We've looked at, the local news coverage and even seen a lot of the different interviews. So the escalation of this case really was the following day. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So it's just so full of shit.
I agree, Jay.
Moscow police or Pullman. They're afraid. These kids are afraid to talk. I don't have a feel for Hunter. I think Ethan was probably, from what I can look at, he was the leader of the two of them. You know what I mean?
Don't know shit.
I don't know. But also, the girls who were on Dateline in 2020, they are lying.
How do you know that? Did your daughter mention
I just looked at
something about
no,
it?
because I'm
The audacity of her to call others liars. It's not lost on me. It's not lost.
the girls who were on Dateline in 2020, they are lying.
How do you know that? Did your daughter mention
I just looked at
something
no,
about it?
because I'm looking. No, I didn't. The first time I thought, oh, you're just being judged, Kim. Just look again. Like I'm just wanting to see them being bad. But then I'm looking like, no, they're lying. They have created a narrative to protect something or somebody or themselves, and they are feeding it around. And what they're realizing is they're putting themselves in so much more danger. And there's families who could go years with never finding out what really happened.
You're describing yourself, ma'am, Miss Ma'am, as Jewel says. I love when she says Miss Ma'am.
I do too.
That's called projection right there. You're the one lying, creating this false narrative. She's talking about that 2020 episode where actual friends of the victim spoke out and explained how they found out. What is wrong with you? And she's like, well, do you know that they're lying because your daughter told them? And she's like, no, I'm judging them. What? Okay.
Wow.
I do think that Brian was a mastermind. I do not believe he was alone because the information first given to my daughter was that there were 3 people there.
3 p.m.
Okay, wait. Now, okay, in the beginning, at this point, Brian was the mastermind. That trickles away as time goes on. Okay? That trickles away.
And this was at what?
But just to hear, like she's saying, now starts this new narrative. There are multiple people there. Now, I know that was part of the conspiracies and speculation prior to this, but she is giving it life. People that believed this woman were able to then reference back to her. See, Kim said that there were people there. That goes with what we know. Like, it's ridiculous.
That trickles away.
And this was at what time were the 3 people there? At 8 a.m. or at night?
When apparently when the murders happened, but
around 4 a.m.
Maybe Dylan thought they were just going to be shaking them up for the money.
So the 3 people standing outside was at 4 a.m, and one was a creepy guy. I think I remember hearing that one was creepy.
Yeah, they just call him the creeper. There's a lot of creepers that hang out there. I don't know. I think there's questions to be asked. Some life detector tests to be taken. I know they don't hold up in court, but they certainly work well to get. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think the only one who passed one is that Brian because he's such a sociopath.
And when Brian was arrested, the first thing Brian said was,
how do you know Brian is a sociopath? To be fair, we don't know shit. We only know what's been put out. Okay. But she's talking, and this is
the creeper, Jewel.
Right after he was arrested, 2 weeks after he was arrested, 2-3 weeks. Do you know Brian? Do you know Mr. Koberger? I could make my speculations on him based on what's been put out, but the PCA is a narrative to make Brian look guilty. Now, listen, I am more inclined to believe that Brian is the correct person, but the point is the PCA is a narrative to fit Brian as the guilty party here. But do you know him? He's spoken literally a handful of words. How the hell are you gonna speak on whether or not you're gonna diagnose him? You're gonna diagnose.
She can diagnose him, MJ, because remember, her child was in classroom 13 and Brian taught in classroom 12.
Yeah, obviously. Come on.
It's insane. Okay, I do want to go a little bit further.
Was anyone else arrested?
Well, what I do think is the reason he
there's actually a creeper on every 4th house. Yeah, you didn't hear about that?
Oh God.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, was anyone else arrested?
Well, what I do think is the reason he wanted to be extradited so quickly is because he's got something. He knows every single thing that these kids have done. When they felt like they were being watched, stalked, they were being watched. They were being watched diligently.
Listen, I was able to actually see through the eyes of the stalkers. So when they thought they were being watched, I know for certain they were being watched because I had the ability to look through the watcher's eyes. Okay. How the fuck would you know this? How would you know? Listen, they felt like they were being, so they were. I was there. it was me.
Because I think at this time, this is my opinion, and I told you I followed Donna's stuff. I think she followed a lot of Donna's narrative and her visions and interpreted things the way she wanted. I really feel this way.
I agree.
Yeah, well,
that's my opinion.
How do you know unless it was you? Unless it was you, nobody can say that. Even with like the FBI, they can't, unless they have proof that they were being followed or watched. How do you know unless you're the watcher?
Because she saw through their eyes and knew they were being stalked, Ellen. Yep, that's Kim.
And this was the beginning. This is just the beginning.
Okay, I'm going to drop the link again. This goes on. I do want to jump to the email.
You want me to pull it up?
If you want to, I could jump to the, if you want to pull it up, because we'll be able to see it better.
Okay.
I have the example of it, but yeah, if you want to pull it up, that probably would make it easier for people to see it.
Some context to the email.
Yeah.
So she went on Drunk Turkey show first on January 14th. On January 20th, she, Olivia releases that interview that we just watched, and I'll drop the link again because that video, you can't find it if you search for it on your own. It is unlisted, so you need the link. But for anybody who wants to go back and watch it, I'll drop the link again. And then after that, Kim reaches out to T-Rev. T-Rev.
And real quick, this is why this is so important for this community to know. So if there are clippers, this is the part you need to pay attention to, because that is Shay, just making sure. Hey, Shay. A lot of these names, we're hearing them again in other cases. Yes. A lot of the creators are the very same creators. So take note.
Always the same creators. That's a great point, Dee. It's like you have to question, hey, why is it always the same channels that these inside sources always come on, right? You have all this information nobody else has, these callers, because it's set up. Come on.
Mm-hmm.
But Kim sends T-Rev this email. Now, something that Kim did on all of these panels she would go on was there would be a line where she would say that she can't answer that publicly. And I don't know where that line was, because she would say a bunch of stuff publicly. But what she would do is she would tell the creator or whoever else she was on panel with, message me. I'll tell you about it behind the scenes. I'll tell you. She even did it with me. Okay. Mm-hmm. So this email, even though I give no credibility to T-Rev, but again, Kim takes ownership of this email on my panel. So she admits to it. This is the type of stuff that she was pushing to creators. Now, interesting enough, if you go back in time, there were certain creators who were pushing similar narratives. So what is happening behind the scenes is these people who insert themselves in cases claim the most heinous things, and then the creators use that information, claim they have these inside sources, and feed it to the public. So T-Rev, I don't remember exactly what made him expose this email, but ultimately he did. And trigger warning, like what's contained in this email is very graphic. It is in no way factual at all. So please keep that in mind.
Big reminder. There is no fact in this, and I actually might even put up a banner for those that clip it, because I don't want people to think that we're putting any of this out there as fact. It's not. But wasn't it Detective John is the reason that T-Rev ended up putting out this email? Or am I mistaken?
I know that Kim thought she was getting in touch with Detective John, but I don't know why he ended up exposing it. But Kim ended up throwing T-Rev under the bus, and T-Rev was like, hey, this is the shit you're pushing to me or something. I don't know. I never watched T-Rev.
Right.
But all right, you want me to read it?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. Again, trigger warning, but here we go. Hi, I consider myself an intelligent person with a good instinct. I believe I can trust you not to share the following. I cannot and will not provide receipts. They are not mine to share. They are the family's. I have shared them with DF and another name, and they have fully vetted me. Before I was made dark on social media, I'm the WSU Mom Kim, the one that was on Drunk Turkeys. I actually reached out to you first, but your line was busy, and I think I connected at one point, but I'm not a tech person. I'm not sure what happened. When I discovered that other parents with relevant information were struggling to confirm information had been received by law enforcement or were waiting for callbacks, I started calling the schools. That's when I discovered, the governors, I called the schools, the governors, FBI in Virginia, and when the president's secretary at UI told me to call everywhere, everyone, every day, I did. She also told me about YouTube and sleuthing, so I did that too. Olivia, with Steve's blessing, did that piece. I found out anything I tell Olivia, and she decides if she tells Steve. I promised him through Olivia, until it's solved, I will do it every day. I won't let this go cold. It could have been my daughter. Her name redacted. I'm trusting you to never tell anyone that. My number is redacted. I am happy to scream everything I know to be true because Jack D and Adam's alibi used my daughter's home and lied. My daughter has eyes on her 24/7. She's a senior. She is graduating with Jasmine, Xana's sister, a young girl who are Lincoln, a young girl who are Lincoln, my home every day in high school, was one of Kaylee's best friends. I am not the family, nor do I know them. I'm a parent at a sister school who is terrified and heartbroken, and 6 more kids are dead since the 4. I believe you have a social responsibility to the community by the way of your platform to consider that law enforcement, the landlord, the jacks, the college, attorney general, they're all involved. Your platform is yours alone. Your panel I find to be less than effective and only wanting to be correct. Spinning the wheel is boring people and they will lose interest. This case will go cold. I find myself in a place that is terrifying. My other 2 have transferred. My daughter will be out of there next week. My conscience and heart will not allow me to set this aside. Please, I beg you to ask the viewers not to talk of the extent of the injuries. I did not sleep for 2 months. In fact, I went to my doctor. It was awful. It's better now, but I know Kaylee's mom doesn't know, or Maddie's family. My daughter is friends with Xana's sister. They will walk together next week. Xana was pregnant, which will come out. I hope, because 5 people died. It's to protect her. 5 people died. I know Xana's sister listens. I know Kaylee's sister does, and Ethan's half-siblings listen too. Sigma Chi and Phi are involved. My daughter received the call at 10 a.m. that morning. When I say I did it to protect her and to warn people to be careful, I am not looking for notoriety. I have a full life. I am blessed with 7 amazing, educated, successful children. I can't wait to never look at true crime again. Although I now feel we ignore and look away when we can help. I have refused to be gagged. Law enforcement can F off. They are dirty and deep. I'm going to yell from every mountaintop till they are all in prison. So you are aware, The information I provided to the FBI is in evidence with my name attached, and some family members have reached out. Kaylee's mom did not see Kaylee, only her dad. She was unrecognizable, and her heart was stolen. Jasmine does not know Xana's hand was cut off, and her fingers on the other hand were stolen, which is why the media kept asking about bagging the hands, and law enforcement said someone wrote reply. Maddie was beheaded, but for a vein, and Ethan was knocked out with a wrench and woke up, which is why he was killed. Originally, the guy shaking them down saw that he was knocked out and the killers were different guys, and he woke up. So they tortured him and then let him die. What person needs to know that? But it's your platform. You called me a whatever, so here's your whatever. Drunk Turkey has your receipts, and I will take your call privately, and Detective John. I actually thought Daniel was Detective John, and that's why I contacted them after you. Olivia has been protective. I trust her. I text her when I learn something, and she makes it their own. I'm not a troll, and I do not want to be known. I want justice and safety. I'm furious with you, but I respect you. Kim.
Okay. So thank you, Imperfectly, for putting in the chat throughout that, this is 100% BS. But it's very important. I wanted you to be able to read through it in one fell swoop, and then we'll break it down, because this is what this woman did in an active investigation. Yeah, the emails from April. We already knew there was already an arrest.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's start at the top. I consider myself an intelligent person with a good instinct. Okay.
Yep.
I believe I can trust you not to share the following. I cannot and will not provide receipts. That right there. If there's a person coming to you claiming to know facts connected to a case, all the things that Kim had already done prior to this and was going to do after this, that is right there. Huge red flag. I cannot and will not provide receipts. Why did anybody take this woman seriously? Why did anybody platform her? Give her a place to speak out? It makes no sense to me.
Mm-hmm.
They're not mine to share. They are the families. I have shared them. I'm struggling to read it here. I've shared them.
I wouldn't even.
Oh, with Drunk Turkey and Lana, and they have fully vetted me. We don't know if any of them fully vetted her. I highly doubt it.
Here's the thing. She is who she says she is. So that's
right.
The extent of the vet that you could really do, but the information is not accurate.
And that's very true too. Like, they vetted that she was a mother of a WSU student, but how else can you vet further into this? Absolutely. When I discovered that other parents with relevant information were struggling to confirm info had been received by LE or were waiting for callbacks, I started calling the schools, the governors, FBI in Virginia, and when the president's secretary at UI told me to call everywhere, everyone, every day, I did.
She also told her about YouTube and sleuthing. So
right there, that's the next second red flag. Yeah.
Listen,
wow.
You need to call everywhere. I don't trust this investigation. So you, Miss Ma'am, Kim, mother of your daughter, I need you to put down the soccer ball in the minivan, and I need you to scream from the YouTube rooftops. You need to call everywhere. You need to alert everyone, because the FBI, all of these agencies, they are not equipped. They're all in it.
how does this go? So you're speaking with the president's secretary. I mean, maybe that sounds like some clout, but it's not. You're speaking with the president's secretary, and she's like, yo, Kim, you got some really important information. There are tons of sleuths on YouTube. Go hook up with the YouTube sleuths and get this out there. Does anybody buy that for 1 second? 1 second. I gotta blow it up to read it. Yes, she was the chosen one. I did that to Olivia with Steve's blessing. Wait, did I skip? Yeah, with Steve's blessing did that piece. So she's claiming that she had Steve's blessing to do the call. I don't know if she did or not. I tend to not believe her.
Which I really, honestly, we know with Steve's history, he was involved with creators. But I'm going to ask you this. If you are a parent of a child who, that was the situation, I wish it on nobody. But I could not imagine the idea of there's that part of you that doesn't know if they have the right person. And you have someone saying and claiming they have information on your child's murder. Do you think you would ever fully shut that door? Or do you think
you would
be like, yeah, go ahead, share anything. But here is, I put it on Kim because you know what you're saying is not true. I don't put it on the victim's parent to have to turn away, because there's always going to be that little voice in the back of your mind. What if?
No, we talk about
be struggling.
Right. We talk about that with parents of missing children. Like, why do they come to these platforms? Why do they entertain some of this drama? Because they want to hear any and everything about their baby. They want to keep their names out there in the atmosphere. They want to keep hearing, all the things. And I don't fault them for that at all.
No.
I fault the Kims of the world that come along and do this bullshit, that get these families' hopes up or just mess with their brains.
Yeah.
What's later in this email just would mess with the parent's brain. It's disgusting.
Even admitting
checkmate, you're right.
Listen, the victim's parents don't even know the extent of their injuries, and I know we're going to get there, but let me share it with you, because and I know that this is going to go public. What if that were true?
Yeah.
Well, you're admitting these own parents don't know the extent of their child's injuries, but please continue to put it all over social media.
Yeah, come on. Okay, where are we? I find out anything, I tell Olivia, and she decides if she tells Steve. So she wasn't even talking to Steve. Kim wasn't.
She admitted on my channel she's never directly spoken to any of the parents.
Right. I promised him through Olivia, until it's solved, I will do it every day. I won't let this go cold. They had an arrest already. Of course. What is she talking about? She's not gonna let it go cold. It could have been my daughter, and then she, says her daughter's name. I'm trusting you. Never tell anyone that my number is blah, blah, blah. I'm happy to scream everything I know to be true, because Jack D and Adam's alibi used my daughter's home and lied. Girl.
Damn, she is. You didn't mention that in that quote. You are so heavily involved. Wow. Your daughter was used as an alibi.
Her daughter was used as an alibi. Koberger was teaching in a classroom right next to her daughter's.
Her daughter works with Xana's sister,
Her daughter works with Xana's sister. She's gonna walk with Xana's sister in graduation. There's she was part of a Snapchat group. Why would Steve not want to talk to this person if she was so heavily linked to this, like she claims? And that's where I feel like he didn't entertain it, because you could see through the bullshit. Like, wait, all of this stuff, all these things, all these connections, and you're not working directly with law enforcement? I'm happy to scream everything I know to be true, blah, blah, blah. She's graduating with Jasmine, a young girl who was like in my home every day in high school and was one of Kaylee's best friends. I am not. Yeah. I am not there's another connection, right? I'm not the family, nor do I know them. I'm a parent at a sister school who is terrified and heartbroken, and I could believe that. I think that this would absolutely be a scary, traumatizing event for anyone who attended either of these schools. Absolutely. 6 more kids are dead since the 4.
So she was connecting deaths. Now, did she clarify how those children died? Well, I'm sorry, they're not children, they're adults. I just call them kids. But
I know.
Listen, people like to put things together that have absolutely no association. There are deaths all day, every day, everywhere. You can't just automatically link it. And the way that she words it, we don't know if we're talking about overdoses here, natural death, but Kim says there's more deaths, which the way she worded it just makes it seem like it's connected.
Yeah, like it's somehow connected to Coburger or to the quadruple murder case. It's messed up. Hey T, good to see you, love. Let's see. Sorry, I'm struggling to see this.
So she's like, you have a social responsibility.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, I believe you have a social responsibility to the community by way of your platform to consider that law enforcement, the landlord, the jacks, the college, the attorney general are all involved.
They're all involved.
All involved.
All
So she is now also implicating that law enforcement, Jack's landlord, both of Jack's landlords, and the attorney general are involved in this.
It's a big cover-up.
Right? And she's telling T-Ref that your platform is yours alone. Your panel I find to be less than effective and only yeah, that's what she says. Find to be less than effective and only wanting to be correct. Yeah.
Which that's hysterical in itself, but okay.
Okay. Spinning the wheel is boring, people. Is boring. She's got commas in all the wrong spots. Spinning the wheel is boring. People will lose interest. This case will go cold. There was an arrest. What was going to go cold? I find myself in a place that is terrifying. My other 2 have transferred. My daughter will be out of there next week. My conscience and heart will not allow me to set this aside. You should have. You should have. Please, I beg you to ask the viewers not to talk of the extent of the injuries. And then we're gonna get into what she says.
Followed by, let me tell you all the details of these injuries, right?
Right.
She had to go to a doctor. Jay, listen, this messed me up so bad. I had to go and get help, actual treatment for this. Okay.
Yeah, she did. She absolutely did fuel a lot of the conspiracies. Yeah, she said it affected her for 2 months. She had to go to the doctor. It's better now, but I know Kaylee's mom doesn't know, or Maddie's family, my daughter. So they don't know, but Kim
families don't know. The Olm families do not know. But let me have you put this out, because we deserve to know something as intimate as how these victims died and the extent of their injuries before their own families do.
And then she starts with another big whopper. Xana was pregnant, which will come out, I hope, because 5 people died.
Xana was pregnant.
I don't even know what to say about that. There has been so much BS lied and put on this situation, and you're just going to add to it.
You have to remember, she says that the officer literally chose her to put his job on the line, go against a gag order, and risk jail time to leak this information to Kim. And Kim was established. Look at the date of this, April 27th. She was established and all over social media. So any information given to Kim, it's going to be screamed at, it's going to be everywhere. But this officer decided to risk his life, honestly, because also there's a danger, as you're going to see with the theme, is that now there is a big cover up. These higher ups are involved. It's drugs, it's this. And so speaking out means you're going to get blood on your washing machine. You're going to get threatened. There is a danger with speaking out also.
And the only reason to send an email like this to a content creator is she wants them to speak these things out there into the atmosphere. That's the only reason for it. She says, and here she goes in and tells us that basically, I know Xana's sister listens. I know Kaylee's sister does. And Ethan's half siblings listen to. One of the two siblings, I guess is probably what she meant. Listen to. Okay, so you're just going to throw that in there. I think as
5 charges if Xana was pregnant, similar to Shanann Watts, right? You would be charged. That is a life.
Sigma Chi and Pi are involved. So now we're throwing in the sororities. My daughter received the call at 10 a.m. that morning. Another connection.
A call. Wait, pause. A call? Yeah, I thought it was a Snapchat group.
I thought it was a text, MJ.
Yeah,
Which is it?
I don't know. My goodness.
Golly. When I say I did, it is to protect and to warn people to be careful. I'm not looking for notoriety. Then what are you looking for? What are you looking for? Why would anybody do this? I really wish there was an explanation or some sort of understanding. Why would someone do this? And she talks a little bit about her life. This part, when you were reading it again, I've read this email myself. I've heard others read it. But this part really stuck out to me because the whole reason for this live here today is to let this new community that she's trying to weasel her way into know what she was up to in Idaho 4. But this next line really struck me. I can't wait to never look at true crime again. Although I now feel we ignore and look away when we can help. Bitch, you are out here speaking on other current and active cases as if you have some sort of authority to do so.
Yeah. Why is she, if this was just about being pulled out just to do your duty to get the truth out there, why are you all in the Sebastian cases? You are everywhere. Chats. You are everywhere. You are everywhere. Why?
It doesn't make sense. She refused. I refuse to be gagged. Well, you don't get to choose whether you're gagged or not. If she was gagged by a court of law, she would get in major trouble for coming out and speaking in the manner in which she has. She's not gagged because she doesn't know shit.
Right.
Ellie can F off. They are dirty and deep. I'm going to yell from every mountain till they are all in prison. Again, it's just another attack on people that aren't there, like aren't dirty and deep. You're the dirty and deep one. Okay. So you are aware the information I provided to the FBI is in evidence with my name attached.
Evidence.
We'll just see what comes out at trial.
She admitted to me. She admitted on my panel she's never seen one screenshot. There's no evidence that everything, and it was really hard to get her to admit that because she loves this word salad and bringing you all around and everywhere. At the end of it, no, she has not seen anything for herself. So what evidence are you referring to, Kim?
I don't understand how people come out with these lies and say things like my name's attached to this evidence when there's going to be a trial. Facts and evidence are going to be put out there and her name's not going to be attached to it. What's the Kimball weed, the Kimball spin that's going to come from that? Like, what are we going to hear afterwards?
It's a cover-up.
It was a cover-up. Yeah, it's true. Maybe that's why you got to start it on law enforcement, because it's a cover-up. Let's see here. And some family members have reached out. Kaylee's mom did not see Kaylee, only her dad. She was unrecognizable and her heart was stolen. What the fuck, Kim?
She says stolen. She's referring to it was gone. It was taken. What? So not only did these victims suffer unimaginable, a horrific death, they were slaughtered. A K-bar knife was used. It was extensive injuries. But we're gonna set that up a notch.
and say that her heart, her organ was removed and it was not found at the scene.
Yeah, let's just add into this story, add into this narrative that this brutally murdered young woman's heart was just gone. What does this do for people? And this is the woman who is currently all up in chats about true crime, acting as if she's, I hate to say this, some sort of moral compass, or that it's wrong that some of these, calling out Julia. Listen to what she said, and she has the audacity to think she could call out Julie. Blows my mind. Blows my mind. Jasmine does not know Xana's hand was cut off, and her fingers, on the other hand, were stolen. So now this person has stolen a heart and fingers.
Well, no, one hand, and then on the other hand, the fingers, and then she accredits that to her hands being bagged. Let me tell you something, and anybody who is in true crime knows it is standard protocol and practice to bag a victim's hands to save any potential DNA under fingertips. They do. Listen, if her hand was gone, what are they bagging, Miss Ma'am? What are they bagging? There wouldn't be a hand to bag, right? But here is Kim saying one hand has her fingers removed and the other is just removed completely. What in the world does that mean?
Well, answer 42. Maybe these details weren't made up by Kim, that she repeated them from 4chan and other places. But I still want to know what type of person compiles this in their mind and thinks that this is a sane email to send to someone. So even if she didn't come up with this and she just took it from other places, she's still presenting it as fact, and I would love to know the rationale behind the person who tries to do that. Which is why the media kept asking about bagging the hands. We know that. MJ went through it. Then Maddie was beheaded, but for a vein.
Getting into the voodoo.
How does a mom at another university know all of this, but the family members don't? That would have been my first question if I had received this email. Like, what is she even talking about?
Admitting the own victim's parents don't know this, but let me tell you, she was beheaded. She was decapitated. What? Why? Why?
What sense does it even make? Ethan was knocked out with a wrench and woke up, which is why he was killed.
He wasn't intended to be killed, but I know the details of not only what these victims' bodies looked like, but now I can tell you what happened before they died and the act itself, because who would have that information?
It's just so, because then it leads into whatever conspiracy she's trying to run with originally the guys shaking them down. I gotta blow it up because now I can't see it. Shaking them down that he saw knocked him out. So it's a robbery. What theory is she running here? The killers were different guys and he woke up, so they tortured him, then let him die. So now we're attaching torture to him as well.
Which, even if you don't think this got back to the victim's family, it sure as hell did. There are people who genuinely are naive and they think they're helping. They think, oh my God, like, let me get you this information. And then there are other people who just send it. But the point of the matter is that if even for 1 second, like these parents have to accept that their children went through what they went through. But now you're pushing, hey, guess what? I know that this happened and they were tortured too, right? I could imagine that you want in your mind to believe it was as quick as possible and painless, but now you're pushing that he was slowly tortured. What is wrong with you? If for even one moment these parents had to even consider this being true, which they did, because they don't have any answers, it's always going to be that haunting idea in the back of your mind. What if? Shame on you.
It's just gross. It's already horrific enough what they suffered. It's already horrific enough what their families are dealing with. And then to have this bitch come out here and put all of this on them on top of it, it's sick. It's just sick. They tortured. What person needs to know that? No one needs to know that. So why are you lying and spreading it? But it's your platform. You called me a whatever, so here's your whatever. So I'm guessing T-Rev must have called her a liar or something. I'm not sure. And so she sent this email as proof of her facts or something. Drunk Turkey has your receipts, and I will take your call privately. And Detective John. I actually thought Daniel from Drunk Turkey was John, and that's why I contacted them after you. He and Lana and Olivia have been protective. I trust them. I text them when I learn. Yeah, you shouldn't. Well, they shouldn't trust you. Creators should be so leery of shit like this. Huge red flags everywhere. I text them when I learn something and they make it their own. That's why I continued on. What does that mean? They make it their own. They make it their own.
They take what she feeds and they turn it into the content they want it to be.
I give them that. Yeah, you said it perfectly. I'll give them this shit and then they can make it their own. It's like she's giving him permission to take whatever he wants from this email and make it his own as well. This is so insane.
Listen, I got an inside source, guys, and I know that she's local to the area. And I'm gonna be honest, like the injuries are much worse than we could have ever imagined. And I'm gonna leak up and people run. People run with it. And so all of those panels, and she was every day another panel. And Kim would say, listen, I can't tell you that, but reach out to me privately. Like, I'll tell you. This is what she was saying privately. And let me be clear. This email is to someone who was not cool with her. What do you think she was saying to the creators who were feeding and actually engaging in the conversation?
That's what I'm curious. Yeah, Jules, multiple panels a night. Nonsense. She hasn't been here today. Now she has in the past, and the only reason that I allowed her in my chat, she's only been in my chat one time, but it was because it was after she had started coming around, and I hadn't been live in a while, and I wanted to see what she said. And she didn't say a whole lot, but I was like, I did make a point to make a snarky comment about those that lie in cases, but I will happily drop a link to her if she is in here today, but she's not welcome in my chat. I know she's watching.
She's watching.
If you want to come up and explain this to us, I would like to hear it. But no, she is not welcome. I mean, you're welcome to type in the chat today, but on other cases and other stuff, no. This is too much. And the fact that you're trying to sneak into a community that doesn't know your bullshit tells me that you're still doing stuff like this behind the scenes. Make no mistake, it might be under a different name. It might be different emails. It might be something completely different. But I don't think for 1 second she has changed from spreading shit like this around as it pertains to cases.
And that's what I was trying to say. Like, there's a difference between misinformation and disinformation. We're not talking about, did she get something wrong, like by mistake and ran with it too much? Yeah, okay. Not vetting something. No. She is deliberately accusing people, first and last names, putting it out there, claiming to have inside information from officers connected in this case, repeating it. I know that that's bullshit, right? Because there ain't no officers that's going to say that. There is no. I mean, granted, we do not have all of the information with this case yet. In time, we will. But trust me that if there was a victim beheaded, if there was a heart missing, we would know about it. We know that all of the injuries are really in the upper torso area for these victims. It's just horrific. So it's not true. I don't know who she's talking to or if she's talking to anyone, but she repeats it as fact. She names people as being there at the murder involved as fact. Do you know how dangerous that is to do? These are real people. Kids, they're 18, 19. They're so young. It's
Their
not
families
right.
have went through so much. I mean, one, to find out your child is dead is earth-shattering. To find out your child was brutally murdered takes it to another level. And then to have your child's case played out on a national stage, my brain can't even fathom what it is like. I just can't. And then to have people like this, and make no mistake, Kim wasn't the only one. But then to have people like this go in and then solidify it with, what does she say? I'm not a troll and do not want to be known. I want justice and safety. Whatever. I'm furious with you, she says. But if you didn't want to be known, why were you on every single panel? Why were you feeding creators this BS behind the scenes? Why did you go on a documentary acting like you had some sort of anything? What do you get from it? I truly, truly want to know that.
And
welcome to the streets, Jules.
She put out information on her kid. Like, and I, even with my feelings of her, I used to tell her back then, like, stop using your daughter's name, stop disclosing information. Like, people, we sleuth online, you know, like, and so you don't think somebody's going to take it upon themselves to reach out to her and ask her, hey, you know, is this true? Is this not? Go into your real life. They will, you know, so stop being so. But it also showed me even more so, it's not true. Because again, she went with the danger, these people are, you know, involved, they're going to, then if that were true, you would not be, I'm sorry, I do not believe a mom would be shouting from the rooftops everything about their child's information and naming these killers. If they're as dangerous as you say you are, you're up on these platforms naming them, okay? And you never stopped out of concern for your own child safety. You never thought, you know, they're going to come after my kid. I'm going to, nope. Because again, she said she's going to do what's right. And she's going to be a safe haven for these other kids to speak out. But did her child make a police statement?
I was sitting here raging with you and I was on mute. So, I hate that. But I agree wholeheartedly. Think about that for 1 second. The fact that she's out here claiming that things are unsafe, her daughter's getting blood on her washing machine, but she's doing this for justice because she's not going to let the case grow cold. The case wasn't fucking cold. It wasn't in danger of going cold. It's going to trial. They have a main suspect arrested and they are proceeding with it. What is she even talking about? It makes no sense. And then to go on and implicate that all of these people are involved, like MJ said, thank you for not naming names. I know some creators choose to, but and I know that there was a couple that you did because they're out, like she named them. She started the conspiracies around some of these people. Well, not started it because a couple others did, but she, fueled the fire of these conspiracies of these kids. When they had someone arrested. Yeah. So much stuff that was dumped on not just the victims' families, but anyone loosely associated with them. Could you imagine that? And she's in fear for her life and her daughter's life, but she's putting all of this, I do truly feel for her child, because she's putting a lot of this on her kid.
Yep.
Using her kid to co-sign this. It makes no sense to me.
If what she said had any credibility in it, Ann Taylor's sole job is to exonerate Brian Kohlberger,
yes.
Right?
That's what she's supposed to do. She's the defense attorney. Absolutely.
Right. If there was even a sliver of truth, she would be gagged. Her daughter would be gagged. Mm-hmm. Kim would be gagged because she has intel coming from an officer, right? Yep. Her daughter would be gagged for being used as a fake alibi and being privy to the murders prior to 911. They would all be gagged because it would prove Brian's innocent, or at least enough reasonable doubt. None of that has happened. And if you are naive enough to believe, well, they just don't know. They do. I'm telling you, I have seen the proof. It has been sent to Ann Taylor. If there was any credibility in this, she wouldn't be out here talking. It's nothing.
What Randy is talking about is Kim did Randy or Rondi, I don't know. Rondi, sorry. Potter saying that Kim did a stream yesterday on her new channel. I have not listened to it. I don't know if you've listened to it yet, MJ. I do know.
I'm not listening to
I'm
it.
told you were mentioned, but
I know she is mad
sure.
because I keep making sure people know what she's about.
And I will too. Like, was there any reason to do this if she wasn't cruising around these streets? Absolutely not. People know this stuff. But she is out here in our sector of true crime trying to pull this BS. That's the problem. And if any of us see her doing this, oh my gosh, rap. I hope somebody got him. I don't want to highlight it or anything. Stupid rapper. If any of us see her doing it again in another case, she absolutely deserves to. This needs to be brought to attention until she addresses it, takes any kind of ownership, something. She hasn't done that. I know we're gonna play.
You know what she did do?
Piano. Yeah.
Well, and like I said, and Deet said, she goes real life. She will go personal. I've never crossed the line with Kim. I've only ever talked about stuff she has put out publicly. I never even so much will repeat her daughter's name. I respect it, even though she uses it. I won't. I always encourage her not to. I've only ever discussed what she's put out. And because of that, she went real low and she goes personal and she's done it to others. Why? Yeah. What's the problem? I'm only breaking down what you put out publicly. If you're telling the truth, there shouldn't be any issue, right? But she will go low. And she is so far gone. I had somebody join my panel who did speak to Kim, and she has family in the area. And I have all these messages. I've shown them. And Kim's mind is, do not go to that area. You are in danger. Do not go. Like, this is how she saw it privately to people. Okay. She's very sick and caught up. It has turned into, she has accused creators of being involved in the murder. I have all of the evidence. You don't have to believe me, but she has straight up implicated creators as being involved in the murder. That is how far she is going. She is not someone you want to fuck around with.
Yeah. And I've seen the proof of it. It is messed up. It's messed up. Demon Chihuahua says she said she went live to say goodbye and leave in Bomb. So she went into Bombshell's chat, and Bombshell, I don't know if what she considers herself, drama maybe, but I know she's not true crime. So why is she over there under that channel in that chat saying, I'm going to go live and say goodbye? It's so weird. So weird.
She ain't going nowhere.
Any sense. No, she's not. She got a taste of attention, of clout, of I don't even know what you want, notoriety. But she wants it again.
Again, when it similar to like, and this is what my concern is with like Julia, the dog handler, and Steph, and this other one. It doesn't surprise me, right? I saw what happened with Kim and the Idaho case, but when I'm seeing that overlap, I do not like that. All right, we're seeing these people speaking out, which again, with Julia, everyone originally was like, she is who she says she is. And I tried to say that doesn't mean anything, because the same thing happened with Kim. She's in the area, I'm sorry, she is who she says she is. And people automatically mean that you're credible. No.
Yeah, they took that to mean that what was coming out of her mouth was a fact. Like a local can't lie. They absolutely can. I do want to dig into that a little bit more, but before you play this, Nina says, I watched it. It was a nothing burger. Did she take any ownership of anything, or was it just like a goodbye, I'm leaving YouTube or something? Like, I'm just curious as to what it was.
I saw firsthand at how she was willing to lie, and I'm not trying to make it personal stuff, but I have to use that as an example of when she went low with me. And again, I just discussed exactly this, like stuff that's out publicly. She straight up lied about me, like on a really low fucking level, and shit that, again, you're not mistaken, right? Like, no, you are just deliberately spreading lies. So that only solidified more for me. Oh yeah, you have no problem lying. You have no problem lying.
And MJ held her feet to the fire. Absolutely. This was, and I know that this can go so much deeper, but we would spend hours discussing it. It was one of the things that I had intended to dig into on my live that says the trolls are back in town, but we kind of got derailed. It is what it is. But are there connections to these people with Kim? We see a lot of the same content creators that we see with Dot, that we are seeing now again in Sebastian's case. And and in Maddie Soto's, in other cases, I don't need to name them all, but we're seeing a repeat of these clout chasers. Like I said, we need to come up with a name for the Kimball Weeds of the world, but we're seeing the Julias and the Kims start to put themselves out there. We're seeing the same creators lend credibility to these people. It does make you wonder, is there a connection here? Is there something is someone fueling this nonsense?
And that's where I'm concerned, because with the Idaho case, there was a character who ultimately came in after Kim named Dot. Dot came in, and it was the same channels that hosted her that hosted Kim. And Dot claimed originally, oh, I was a neighbor and I was smoking a cigarette, and this is what I saw that morning. It was the surviving roommate and friends smoking around the time that they shouldn't have been, like they would have been aware of the murders. It started like that. And then, just like a Kimball Weed, that same person ended up saying that she was driving in the getaway car. Okay, it developed. But when I say she went on panels crying with emotion, this is what I saw, I'm scared for my life, I'm talking about serious emotion, and people believe it, right? Because again, who would lie about this? Look, she's crying. She did. She was exposed as being completely someone different from TikTok, but she took on the persona of a real person. Again, this is how dangerous it is. She claimed to be this real person, took her identity, and claimed, and Kim to this day pushes that, yeah, Dot wasn't being truthful, but she took someone else's story. The story is real, but the person was scared, so Dot reenacted it as if it was her. So Kim got involved with future people that would lie. And so when I see her in this Sebastian case, in these chats, and I'm also watching these new key players lying and I'm like, it's too close for comfort for me.
It's very concerning. I don't know what other word to put on it. Hey, Gavel, what you doing?
Hi, Gavel.
Good to see you. It is Grandma Sherry. I did have her in my title, and I did have a portion in my description. I since went and removed it since we ended up not talking about her, but it is very interesting. We were supposed to discuss this, and she says goodbyes. But Yep, who I know probably listened, she said no, she wanted way more attention than what she was giving. She removed the live now, so sounds like and this is what I'm thinking, like her coming to this, I say new community, but what I mean is a lot of the creators that I've seen her in chats of did not heavily cover Idaho 4. So maybe she thought she would, squeak in, and they were calling out creators that she was connected to. So maybe she thought she could convince them, like, oh, I was hoodwinked by these bad, terrible tragedy pimps. I'm, on your side or something. But I do think that she was going into all these chats and saying all these things to try to steal some credibility from those creators. I absolutely believe that.
Yep. Hoping that, she was dipping her toe in the water. But that's why when I first saw her in Nonsense, is because I'm like, I would pay to see Nonsense like call Kim out. But she wasn't following the case like that. But I love the way Nonsense calls people. And I'm like, yo, if you only knew about Kim, like this, it went deep and it was bad. But I'm like, how are you here? Like his Nonsense was calling out Julia, well, actually, I think it was Steph. I don't remember who it was, but it was the dog handling situation. Yeah. And there's Kim in the chat, like, wow, that's messed up.
Amping it up. What? And that's why we watched it for like a week. We're like, where's this going? We kept saying we need to go live and tell people. Maybe they just don't know. Yeah. And then we're like, no, everyone knows. And then it was finally it's like, no, she is amping up. She's getting more aggressive in her chats and all of these, different creators' rooms. She's saying weirder and weirder things. We're like, no, we have to let people know. This girl is all up in it.
So what you're seeing on the channel, me and Shay did extensive coverage with the Idaho case, and it turned into covering it to debunking every day, because there was misinformation and disinformation going rampant, so what we could debunk, we did debunk. Kim obviously was on my radar, and I was calling Kim out all the time. Well, there was my one live, as you can see the title, it wasn't anything about Kim. She had come in and she had asked to come on panel. So this was not planned. I did not have questions ready. I tried to be respectful because I'm not going to attack someone who comes on my panel, but it wasn't like a planned thing. So it's not like I had everything ready. She just came up impulsively, but we'll jump around, but you'll be able to see when you don't let her do the word salad and you actually hold her feet to the fire. What do you know? What have you seen? Who gave you this information? That's when the truth comes out. And it was when she was on this panel that I know of a specific creator who was blowing her up and begging her to get off my panel. I was sent the Discord screenshots of I am tearing Kim apart and exposing her, because these creators knew after this panel, anybody who hosted Kim, you're going to be a piece of shit, right? Because this right here exposed that she knew nothing and it was dangerous information. And it showed me a lot, because it shows that these creators know that they're bullshit, right? But they don't want you to expose it, because if they do, then they can't host them. And when they host them, they get a bunch of money. They get a bunch of subs. They get everything. So they are looking away. Some creators know that it's bullshit. Other creators turn a blind eye because they profit, and some are just really naive, but it blew me away when I was shown what was happening behind the scenes while she was up on my panel. They did not want her on my panel.
It's crazy. It is absolutely. And I think the biggest thing here, like you said, though, is, oh yeah, we got a list nonsense of who hosted her. We can run through that real quick before she goes through it. But there was no pushback towards her. Some of these lies were so blatant. Like, I corrected a little bit of misinformation in the beginning of Idaho 4, but then it just went crazy. It exploded with, for those that are only here or maybe just joined this little sector because of Riley Strand or Sebastian Rogers, Idaho 4 was why these cases pale in comparison to what happened in Idaho 4. People were just running rampant. Exposing people like Van Life, who was, catfishing Asget. And there's so many, the misinformation and disinformation was just across the board every night, multiple lives everywhere, but no one was pushing back on Kim. And so that's what's really an important message here, is just a little pushback into the lies and calling her out directly. It had all these creators in an uproar. Why? Aren't we supposed to want the information? Aren't we supposed to want the facts? So why would they be so upset that MJ was pushing for the facts? Make it make sense.
Well, because, facts isn't as entertaining, right? If we stuck to the facts, there really isn't anything to discuss every day unless you're just theorizing. But if you have exclusive information, same way these people are with the Sebastian case, let me tell you what I heard, right? Let me tell you this. And it's like, you're so starving for answers that you're willing to accept someone who claims that they have them.
It interrupts their bread and butter. Miss K, you're exactly right. You don't want to interrupt that. People that hosted Kim, T-Rob,
True Crime with Dago Cafe was huge with Kim. Huge. Evil CJ, Thou Shall Not Kill, Rory. There's a channel I won't name, but she hosted. Drunk Turkey Show, Olivia. Let's see. There's a lot. I know Brat was about her, but that's TikTok. put more in the Tommy Jude. Oh, Tommy Jude also was one of the first callers for Thou Shalt Not Kill True Crime Rory, who was the former drug kingpin of Moscow and exclusively called in to give the details. Remember? So all of these call-ins, you guys, very rarely is there a chance that it's legitimate, but majority of these creators know damn well it's bullshit. Just like T-Rev had Brian Koberger. It wasn't Koberger. It wasn't Koberger. But he got
it took a legitimate true crime.
It.
Yeah. And it took a legitimate true crime channel like Hidden True Crime to debunk that before people started listening. And I'm so glad they did. I'll say the channel for it. It was, Truth and Transparency was another big one. And I understand why you don't, but I do want people to hear these names because, they absolutely platformed her.
Yep.
And fed it. I would say Betty by proxy because she encouraged the phone call with Olivia, and she played up a lot of the rumors and BS in Idaho 4 because of Kim's connection to Olivia. So that would be another one.
But she was on the panels day after day and after day. And if anybody wants links to all of the former panels that she was on, I have them ready to go. I can send it to you. Just hit me up. But you really have to, and I know how hard it is if you did not follow it to try to go back in time and realize everything. It's hard. It's almost impossible. I tried with Summer Wells' case, I didn't follow it like that. And I would not know where to even start to go back and really understand who all the players were and how it happened. Not the case so much, but how it unfolded on YouTube. And it's really hard, but you have to go through basically what happened this day, what happened the next day, what happened to really understand the gravity of how deep it went.
Exactly. And that's why I dropped in chat. This is the first. So MJ and Shay, they, like she said, they were debunking this in real time because it was so much. But after the Cyber Sleuths documentary came out, they did a 2-part series going fully over the Kim timeline. And I know they're long. Put it on while you're doing something else on 2X. You can listen to them on 2X easily, except for when they're playing a video, you might have to slow it back down. But for the most part, you can. But I wholeheartedly encourage people to listen to this because it's all Kim's BS and it's very important to hear. But that's the first part 1 I dropped in chat. I'll drop it again, and then you can easily find part 2 from there.
Well, I don't remember where key moments are on this, so we could just jump around.
Okay.
So are you ready for me to start?
I'm not gonna say the name, but I ran and grabbed a ponytail holder because my hair's bugging me. And when I came back, I almost said to MJ, I'm calling Rory right fucking now. But I was like, no, don't say it. But there, I just said it. I know.
Dude, it's just mind-blowing. Let that sink in though. Kim has implicated creators, the same creator that hosted her day after day after day. That there's something wrong there, and it's just concerning. So I don't know. Yeah, we'll Kimble lead along. Go ahead.
Real quick though, I see what you're saying about Delphi nonsense, and from the outside looking in, I might think something similar. If you're gonna go down that rabbit hole, you got to go way back. I won't even speak on Delphi, but I've been following it since August of 23, and I still don't even have a full grasp on it because it is so deep. It is so complex online with what content creators were doing. It is a lot. So unless you want to invest it's going to take a huge investment to even understand that it legitimate. I said this the other day to Jones and Nunya, and then I said it to MJ and Allie when talking to them, which I do owe Crime Sleuthin' for my friendship with MJ and Allie. So I appreciate you for that fact. But I said to them that this is absolutely and it's heartbreaking. It's become the Sebastian Rogers community, and I hate it when things become like that, but I do feel like it has. Delphi, it's more than just a community. It's the Delphi world. Like, it's hard to break into and understand because it's like a completely different universe over there. It is insane. Connecting all those dots, I don't know if anyone can. I followed a couple creators who have been trying to, and it's exhausting. I know T does a really good job of trying to connect all those dots, and I don't even think she has been able to yet completely. Yeah, it's a beast. It's a completely different universe. But so I just wanted to get that out real quick. So go ahead, let's get into it.
So the JK that you see below me and Shay, that is Kim. It's just one of the names that she used. Okay.
21 years old. Her senior year in high school, she had brain surgery. She's fine, but she's happy. She loves school. So how am I going to take her away her senior year? It was terrifying. So that attack against me, I get it. Many sleepless nights, many. But there was no drama involved. I didn't even know what YouTube was except for to fix my dryer, which was 12 years ago the last time I looked at it. Literally the president, not the president of the country, but I'd call him if I thought it would help. I would do that. I promise you. The president secretary at U of I said, get on YouTube and don't stop talking every day until somebody does something. That to me is terrifying alone, that message.
Wait,
why
so
aren't you
who
doing
said that to you?
The secretary of the dean of students or the president, because I called everybody every day for months. Mainstream media, I called everybody every day because nobody was listening to what I was looking at, what was actually going on. That these kids aren't safe. This is way bigger. The kids knew it. And nobody's listening. And who do I know? But I still got 2 kids over there when my son transferred, but my daughter didn't. She graduated from there. And no, I don't know these children. Olivia reached out to me for Steve. I've never spoken with Steve a moment in my life. Steve talks to me through Olivia and I answer questions. And he asks me questions and I answer them to the best of my ability. And if I don't have an answer, I go and try and find it. And if I can't, I don't. Information has started to come out over this and I still ask questions. So to say that I didn't know one thing in the beginning and I know something new now, well, we all do. But I just happened to discover because I hound my kids and their friends about it. So I'm just being a mom. I'm not a sleuth. I'm not a detective. I don't have any goals. I didn't want anybody to see me. I sent T-Rev a letter for Detective John. The information and I will tell you.
Pause. Well, I'm pausing myself. Pause.
Pause.
She's referring to the email that we just read to you. Again, claims that Xana is pregnant. Her hand was removed. Her fingers were removed. Kaylee was decapitated. Maddie's heart was missing. Ethan was tortured. I know it's really hard, but I need you to really grasp what she claimed because the way that she is about to just relay it right now, and no, I sent T-Rev a letter. No, like this was graphic, this was detailed, and it was inside information you claimed you received. Disgusting. But now she's about to go over it. Yeah.
When was this, MJ? When did she
interview with her? Panel? Well, not interview. When she hopped up on my panel. Hold on. It was July 26, 2023.
Oh, wow. So well after all of her
a year ago
misinformation was out there. And
it was a year ago in 2 days from now.
Wow. Yeah. Wow. Okay.
Yep.
For the rest of my life, that is the worst moment of my life. I thought I could trust him. If you listen to what he said in the beginning, because I could not listen a moment longer when I found out, because I happened to be at Moscow when he did that. But for the record, doing something with Olivia, for Olivia. I don't know I don't know what Steve's part was, but I was doing something there when I discovered that he had done that. That's why I put my face out, because they were putting some other lady out there. This is really me. That's really my face. It really is. And I tried to protect it for my kids, for my safety, for my family's safety. This isn't a safe situation. These kids aren't safe. Those police officers in both. telling you right now, if you're sending your kid back there, really think long and hard. Ask for more from these schools. Ask for more. Ask for transparency. Ask for truth. You know? I mean, Brian, I don't know if he did it. I don't. He's an orange. He did something.
No, I'm not going to touch on the pun there, but
I know.
right there though, she's out here. This is well after this information came out, well after the probable cause affidavit, after the arrest. This is what is alarming, what needs addressed, is she truly believes that she is doing something positive, effective, and helpful in this case. She truly believes that. And what she is actually doing though, and claiming like it could cause harm to her daughter, well then why are you spreading lies and disinformation? Why?
Right.
If that's a genuine concern. But then she's also feeding in to law enforcement in these two communities. She is actually projecting harm on those two entities.
Yes.
By spreading this out here as fact.
Yep.
Disgusting.
I'd say to my kid, what'd you do wrong? Because you're in an orange jumpsuit and you're in handcuffs. So what did you do? Nothing happens like that. It's not, they didn't just decide they didn't like you because you were a mean TA, which for the record, he was a mean TA. I've never met, I have 7 children. Not one of them has ever liked a TA. Sorry, that's why they have to take the class for their PhD. So they learn to be nice teachers. That's why they do it. He got in trouble. He was on probation. They usually are.
And let me be clear, this is like when she first came up and I was doing my best to be respectful, and I end up like stopping her because she'll just keep talking. I do end up stopping her and redirecting her to actual questions I have, but this is when she first came up and kind of just went, and I was just letting her go.
It is truth matters.
Give everybody an A. I don't know that makes him guilty. I don't know that it doesn't. I don't know what he did. I do know because that there's Greek row is involved. And my kid is Greek, so I know these things. And my son was the top recruit for Greek row his freshman year and opted just to play basketball and not even to go there because he was offered cocaine on his bid day. And I called the police department, and I've been fighting with these police. As a mother, I'm going to call the police. I am. So when I learned about what happened and that Peyton,
she called the police because her son was offered cocaine at a college party. And this is what me and Shay actually thought may be an actual issue that she has. If she interprets it, not saying like do cocaine. I'm just saying like that's typical for a college party. Like it's not some crazy thing, but she found out and called the police.
See, I view it differently. I see this as her amping up her drug narrative. She was very big into this was a drug crime. This had something to do with drugs. She wanted people to go down that avenue. And so by saying like, oh, my son was a top Greek recruit, not a thing, by the way, but like maybe for a specific house, but not on Greek row. But saying these things, and he was offered cocaine and I called the police about it. It's playing up that there is a drug problem in these two communities and law enforcement is involved. That's what she is doing with that, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Had known it and all of this stuff went down. I didn't even call their departments right away. I called the FBI right away. I thought I could because my daughter was in Washington and they were in Idaho, and so it crossed state lines, so that might qualify. But they already have a quad drug force there anyway.
No, pause.
So, they don't, what do they do?
She's thinking of like FBI doesn't typically get involved in most cases. Obviously, crimes that cross state lines, they do. So she's applying that logic as to why she felt like she could call the FBI. But it doesn't work that way. It's not like, oh, I'm in Illinois and I know about a crime that's taken place in Nebraska, so I can involve the FBI. It doesn't work that way, lady. Oh my gosh.
Doing about it. This is a huge problem on these campuses. Terrible problem. There's no, and I know it's everywhere, but I was petitioning to have Greek row shut down on both campuses, and my daughter loved it. I would leave her at Wazoo, but I would have preferred to have Greek row shut down. Honestly. So I understand people don't like what I have to say or don't believe what I have to say, and that's fine. All I'm here for is to keep it on page one, and I will answer questions. And if I've missed your question, I've always said to everybody, call me. I'll answer you if I've missed it. I apologize and I try and answer. That's why. And when somebody says something or misstates what I've said, I'm getting on your panel. And when you have numbers, I'm getting on your panel if I feel like there's been a lull.
Wow.
It's purposeful.
Mm-hmm.
My actions are purposeful here. And it's
Damn, she said it herself. She said it, not me. Her actions are purposeful here. And when she sees a panel with a lot of numbers,
you got
she's going in.
numbers. Yep. And whose chats has she been in? Whose chats has she been in pertaining to Sebastian's case? If you got numbers, I'm coming in. If you're in a lull, I'm hopping up. She tells on herself.
They always do.
It's the same paragraph I keep telling and correcting. And as I learn more information as it comes out, then I correct it. I also have, I guess, local information that is helpful. Moscow is better shopping. For Brian Koberger to say that isn't weird. But you wouldn't know that if you weren't from there. It's
You
the
listen
truth.
to her spinning. Like she's all over the place.
Can I ask questions?
You absolutely may. Thank you for listening and asking. I appreciate it.
Thank you for coming up. Do you stand behind putting 5 kids first and over 18, but 5 people's first and last names out there and holding them somewhat responsible for this murder?
I said I believe they could have stopped it, and I still stand behind that 100%. Yes, I do. They could have stopped it.
No, you said that there were 5 people.
They were present.
And Brian was the lookout.
I said I didn't. Well, maybe I did say that, or it came out that way. So if it did, I would change that to say I don't know what he did. That's what I would change it to say. I don't know who harmed these kids, but I do know that I stand behind what I said I do. Yes.
But you don't think it's dangerous at all to put those people's information out there and holding them accountable and then risking a family member distraught, not in their right mental state, obviously, naturally, and maybe taking revenge into their own hands based off the information you are stating?
So I guess where I stand with that is these and they are kids, but they're young adults. My daughter came to me with information. A lot of kids went to their parents with information. These people, these young adults, these kids who went there and did that and didn't come up and say what they did and what happened to these kids, these other 4 people. Well, that's on them. I'm sorry, but you put yourself there, and these kids are still in danger because and I know they're afraid. They need to come out. They need to start speaking because
which again, so no, because that's on you, which again, we're basing all this information on believing Kim, right? But also, you need to come out. You need to start speaking. And you're going to hear me ask, Kim, has your child ever made a statement? Has your child ever? No.
But she's absolutely a spin master listening to this. She's like, I didn't, implicate, I don't remember her exact words, but I didn't implicate them, or I didn't, say definitively. I was just, suggest. And then she goes later on into her own messed up ramblings. Well, they need to come out and they need to start speaking, blah, blah, blah. Like, then you go right back into implicating them. How do you not see it?
And she didn't say, I know there were people there. She named their names. They are actual students. Like,
they're in far more danger being quiet than they are not coming out. This is so much bigger than these kids are. And I don't think people are hearing that. And the police don't want to hear that. And the school definitely doesn't. Neither school wants to hear it. They want to bury this. Nothing to see here. Just write your checks. That's what it's a business, right? I get whatever. These kids are in harm's way. They know something. Come out and say something. No, yes, I stand behind it. And I apologize if that's not how you would do it, but what chance do these kids have if they don't? 4 kids were annihilated because they knew information. It was to shut them up.
What information?
Makes me sick.
Okay, so I'm not going to give you all the details of the information just because I don't know if I can or if I should. And I just don't think I should give, but I will give it to you as best I can. There's parallel crimes to the murder. The murders were because of these two parallel crimes, and that is what what the information I have given them is. I made sure the defense had it because I don't know if Koberger did it. I will shoot him if he did it, but he wasn't alone. And I believe that with everything in my being that he wasn't alone, because so far these children haven't lied. These students who had those group texts early in the morning have not lied. They've come to the truth.
Wait.
Right. So I believe.
Wait. Group text.
Snaps.
I thought it was Snapchat or calls. What is going on here?
What
and don't
is
worry.
it,
I question her. I'm just.
I figure you do.
I'm just
Y'all
letting
let
her.
us speak,
It's hard when you have someone controversial up on your panel because I don't want to scream and I always scream, but I don't want to scream, at and get nasty. So I was doing my best, but it picks up. It does.
That I don't have any reason to believe the police.
Have you seen any proof?
Yes.
You have seen evidence.
They have the Snapchats. They recovered them.
Have you seen them?
I have seen. I saw a text message.
Wait, was it Snapchat or was it text?
There were texts. They have the text. They have all of it. But Snapchat was the problem because they snap in groups, and so when you snap in groups, then you unless you memorialize it, I guess. I don't understand, but unless you memorialize it, and they memorialized them, a lot of the Wazoo kids, because it was Parents' Weekend. So obviously they're putting that into their reels or whatever. So it was just by chance that it was, whereas it would just go away and it would be gone. So these were recoverable. And
so what specifically have you seen with your own eyes?
They were both, that Bethany and Dylan were home. They were in the first floor, in the bedroom downstairs together, locked in. They heard a lot of noise. There was a loud party. There were people there, and they didn't want to hang out, and it was loud. And I said, and then what happened? And it's really kind of, so then and I'm trying to be really verbatim with you.
And please don't forget the question I just asked her. What evidence have you seen with your own eyes? Dylan and Bethany were downstairs. They were locked in. They were scared. They were like, what? You seen that with your own eyes?
I heard.
Right.
That's all we're getting. It's all hearsay.
Because
absolutely,
I know
Lisa.
Sorry.
No, you're fine.
Yep.
That matters to you. So I respect that, and I appreciate that about you. So I'm trying not to misspeak, but that they were there, that they were scared. And I said, when she said they were scared, I said, well, why were they scared? And she said, well, because there was creepy guys outside and inside. And I said,
who said that? Who said that?
My daughter. That's what my daughter had heard.
I know, but wait, what did you specifically see as evidence, as proof? What have you seen?
A text message. I saw a text message from her.
From who?
So I'm not. I can suffice to say that the person is believable and that the defense has it, and they did call me about it, and I have spoken with the investigator.
Defense is
and
the
FBI.
Text message from someone to your daughter.
It was a text message from. Yes, it was from someone to my daughter, and yes, and I'm not going to
Before 911 was called.
They were. Actually, that would have been after 911 was called. Have you
seen anything with your own eyes from before 911 was called?
No.
Now, when I say the fact that she even just said no, we're talking about from November to July of non-stop. You guys heard the Olivia, and that was the first. That wasn't all of the panels that it got bad on. She was 100%. I've seen this. They have the Snapchats. I have this. I have that. 100% definitive. And now she just admitted she's never seen anything before 911 was called. Simple as that.
Nope.
From before 911 was called.
No.
How are you going around saying it with certainty?
How? Because why would they call me and say that they have the Snapchat records if they didn't?
That
If
does not, honestly, Kim, it doesn't matter why I may
From the
think
FBI?
someone may or not do something. I'm asking you, what evidence have you seen for you to be, no offense, but for you to be speaking as fact, and you haven't seen any proof with your own eyes?
Well,
oh my gosh, the stumble.
Okay, I mean, and that's fair enough. That's a fair enough question to ask, and fair enough for you to ask me and to question me, which is fine. I'm fine with that, right? I understand what you're saying. I believe my daughter, because why would she lie to me? Because she wants to stay at school. I mean, it was a huge deal with us. It was a huge deal. I wanted her home. It was unsafe. Purposely, she did not tell us while we were still there. And she didn't tell us because she knew I'd put them in the car and take them home. She did. That's a fact. She did know that. None of the kids said anything to their parents. We didn't know until 5 o'clock that evening. Mm-hmm. So I guess being a mom and having common sense, and then calling the FBI, and then later finding out and discovering, because the police have come out and said, yes, people were there early in the morning. And yes, Hunter Johnson was there. And I can say Hunter Johnson because everybody said it, right? I mean, his name is out as he's the one who supposedly gave CPR to Ethan or opened the door or whatever they're saying he did.
Not CPR, no.
I think that's what Banfield said.
That's what Banfield said. Yeah. I don't even take what Banfield says.
Yeah, I agreed. And that's why I don't speak with them, because they have called and asked me to come back after I...
oh my God.
Didn't want me to say, and I'm going to tell you exactly what I know. And nothing more, and not more than I can tell you. So I understand why you question what I'm saying to you. All I'm saying to you is my message is that there's way more going on here.
But how are you able to say specifically what's going on? Because you're saying that this is what my message is, right? There's more going on. Yet you are saying in grave detail what occurred. How do you know that?
So, okay. So I will, and I don't really even, so we were assigned an Idaho State Patrolman. I'm not going to give you his name, but we were, and I called about something specific, and he gave me a plethora of information, which is where most of that information came. Why would I not believe him?
Okay,
and
pause.
Why do I not trust him now?
Mm-hmm. So now it's not the FBI. Now she was assigned an Idaho State's policeman.
Yep.
She has her very own WSU Mom Kim has her very own Idaho State's policeman on speed dial. And he's just going to feed her information about the case. Not to mention, just 3 minutes prior, she's saying, well, I know it because of these Snapchats and because of this and because why would my kids lie? Well, obviously, MJ's not believing that. So we got to amp it up. Now I have my very own Idaho State policeman and he's feeding me shit.
Plethora.
A plethora of information. Wow.
Yep.
Or any of them now? Because
so
they're pretty good.
Is law enforcement corrupt in only the sense of they're covering it up, or can you now trust it when it's the information you want to hear? See, it's either they're corrupt and you can't accept anything, or they're not, but you can't just use it when it fits your narrative.
Agreed. I don't believe that all of law enforcement in Idaho is corrupt. I don't believe all of Moscow law enforcement is corrupt. I believe they all know what's going on in Moscow, but I don't believe they're all involved. But they're all looking the other way, which in my opinion makes you involved. Do I think this state patrolman is corrupt? No, I didn't think he was corrupt. I think he just overspoke, is what I think, honestly. That's truly what I believe.
Overspoke.
And and it was horrifying. And my only reason
overspoke, we're talking about decapitation, organs removed, pregnancies. Overspoke, you think?
He just overspoke, MJ. Cut in some slack. Not to mention that all these law enforcement are corrupt. They're involved in it. They have something to do with it. Blah, 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 blah. But not mine. Not my own Idaho statesman, that I have in my back pocket on speed dial. He's not corrupt. He's factual.
Yep.
The web of chaos that this woman spun.
But never before, and that's the thing, like, I'm not special. Like, it's just nobody before had ever questioned her. Like, they would just allow Kim to and just take it. And so
you could see how she does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But she wasn't used to anyone. Whoa, wait. And so, but it just shows you how many creators will allow that misinformation to run rampant for their own self-gain.
Absolutely.
For going to T-Rev with any information was a back and forth with Detective John and him sending, and these kids going back to school where they were going to be unsafe. Why did they not put our kids on global? My son went globally for the remainder of the year until he transferred for this year, for his junior year, to the East Coast. But not everybody can do that. I get it. But they can all go globally. We're ready to do that. COVID made us very prepared. And they didn't want to lose the revenue. And it became about that for both schools. When Kopaka was killed, we got a call at 3:30 in the morning about, and he's shooting up the same side of, and now, first of all, I want to tell you something about that interview with Darren. I did leave you a message, and I did leave Darren a message too, that my intention is not to say that Kopaka did it. My intention is just to say, but he had a gun on the south side of campus, and my kid absolutely did nothing wrong. And not everybody was evacuated, and nobody's telling us the truth and what is going on. And
that is correct. You did not mishear Jennifer. So originally in the T-Rev email, she referred to the ISP officer as a she, but in this panel, she referred to him as a he.
Great catch, Jennifer. Great catch. Maybe her Idaho statesman got transferred. I don't know.
Jesus.
My goodness.
Parents. And that's, I think, where it's coming from.
I know.
And I wanted to apologize. I felt
that's not where I have, I want to be very clear what I have the issue with. I don't have the issue with, hey, there's something more going on. Hey, there's something that doesn't add up here. What I have the issue with is you giving out very specific details about pregnancy status of the victims, location of injuries, who was naming people who were involved. That is a very big difference than, hey, there's something bigger going on.
So here's Kaylee's injuries were very specific, and I really wanted Detective John to call me to go talk with him through it, because of seeing where I should go with it, because there's not a lot of places you can go.
But you're getting this information from, again,
yeah, but
why would she need an internet creator? I don't know. Is he retired detective, or is he still active? I don't know.
Detective John, come on.
Why does she need an internet creator, Detective John, to go through this information with her when she has her very own Idaho statesman on speed dial? Why does she need Detective John? Walk through it with him. He's leaking you the info. Walk through it with him with what you need to do. What the heck?
Well, because obviously, detectives on YouTube are much more
intelligent,
credible and legit than the FBI and Moscow Police Department. Come on.
Sorry, Heather. I forgot. No logic allowed in this atmosphere around the Kimbleweed. Logic gets blown away.
The Kimbleweed roll. Come on.
Jeez.
There's not a lot of trust with the police departments. I do trust them. I don't think they're all corrupt, but I don't necessarily trust them.
So all of this information that you have been repeating has all sourced from this one person. And what's their title again?
The T-Rev. He was the officer in our contact officer. He's our contact officer.
So they're a contact officer in WSU?
No, in Idaho. Washington State didn't even have its own police department at that point, because they were all fired for sexual misconduct in September, which we didn't find out about until December. So we only had Poland Police Department then. So
you don't know any of this for fact.
Well, I know it. So here's the thing. I'd rather be wrong, because I hope I'm wrong. I really hope I'm wrong. And have you all hate me, but no other kids die. That's what I'd rather happen.
But
That's
it's going to implicate a lot of people.
I'm not looking to hate anyone. Again, what I have an issue with is you naming people based on.
I stand behind the names I named. I stand behind those names. And I did not get that from the police department. That came from the students. I'm not going to tell you how. I can't tell you how.
But do you not think that that's very irresponsible for you to do? And also, if you are going to claim fear.
Do you know where most of those students are now?
It's not my business. I don't look into that.
It is if they were there and they're saying nothing. I believe
but you're basing that off what? Again, you're basing that off of what? Okay. How do you know who was there the night of the murder?
That I can't. And I'm fortunate. And here's the thing. I will and hopefully when this is all, when there is justice and it is solved, I will come to you first and I will tell you exactly where. I will tell you every single thing and give you every name and every receipt. And you don't know me from Adam. And you don't know me anything. All I'm saying is that I think the parents that are over there need to really, really think long and hard, first of all, about sending them over there, your kids, and then about getting into the school and asking for answers, real answers, the truth. What's going on over there is beyond the past. Like, it's like you
based on what you hear. Right? Like, I'm not doing it to be annoying. I'm trying to get it very clear.
I have had students, so since I have come forward and said things.
Did she say pause it?
You know,
no, I did. She's getting really annoyed at you. Like,
yeah.
Did you hear that side? Like,
yeah.
Why are you questioning?
Based on what I hear, no, I know this for a fact. Based on what I hear,
and I will come to you with the receipts when I can come to you with the receipts.
Mm-hmm. But she admitted she didn't see anything from before 911 was called. So make it make sense.
This is wild. She is definitely a liar from Liarsville.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yep.
And she'd rather be hated. What was that whole bit about?
I'd rather has come out, but
oops, sorry.
You're fine. I'd rather be hated and be wrong than not protect these students. I'm sorry. Again, this goes to something that always blows my mind. Like when you have these locals in cases coming here to YouTube to turn their story or their fears into content. If you are truly trying to reach your community, YouTube ain't it. You know, your community isn't here within the midst of this community, the panels that she was hopping up on. Go reach your community locally. I mean, even some small Facebook groups would be more local than hopping onto YouTube and spreading this around like you have some sort of mission going on and then saying, I have to be cryptic, but I'm going to give you all this information. But I have to be cryptic because of my Idaho State's policeman. Like, it just doesn't make any sense.
She's doing this to save other children's lives. So, yeah, she could hope she's wrong, but she's going to take that risk, and she'd rather you hate her for it now than risk losing another child.
Exactly. But how many students from WSU and from U of I are listening to her babble on these panels on YouTube? Is my point. If you're really trying to save their lives, go reach them. If you're really trying to connect with an actual issue that's taking place locally, go connect there. Who is she trying to save here? That makes no sense.
Other people have come out from other states, from other places.
Dave is just, to be fair, how the heck I could be Dave with a voice changer and a bad narrative? I can't verify Dave.
Okay. And fair enough. You but I can tell you that he is, and you don't have to believe me. And I did not vet him. I did not do any of that background. I didn't do any of it. But I will tell you that he is not lying, and he is terrified. And why? And here's the other thing. So this Linda Lane footage. So you're very right about this group of people with this Linda Lane footage. So when I get a phone call, I make a phone call to the FBI, and I just give it to them because there's a lot of, out there that I don't know, that I'm not going to bring up. But I will tell you that I don't know what I think about that Linda Lane footage, but I believe that the person who put it out there called me, but I believe they may be they have an affair. You're right. I think all of your instincts about that footage and the people who are putting it out there is correct. And Rory did disentangle himself with it. I do know that because I've had several conversations with him about it and I spoke with the proper authorities about it.
So can I ask, why has your story evolved? When you first came on, right, it was my daughter had heard, and correct, I don't know verbatim what you said, but it was something along the lines of your daughter had heard, you know, she was like, Mom, I already know. You're like, what? How do you know? You know, and it's, you know, she had heard. And then it turned into your daughter was used as an alibi. Is that correct?
Her home was used as an alibi, yes.
Can you get into that a little bit more and explain it?
You know what, I really cannot, because I don't know if the person who used it as an alibi did it unintentionally and was unaware. I don't know enough.
Unintentionally.
I did call and told and that's how I knew other alibis had lied, because when I called our officer, I said, I need to tell you, I think something's changed in this story, and I'm not going to put my finger on, and I don't know, but let me tell you what I know now, and let me correct that with you, because if it's wrong information, I'm willing to correct it, right? Mm-hmm. And so he said, we've discovered several alibis that have been lying, and you know, thank you. I mean, they don't give me answers, and it's rare for somebody to tell you anything. I don't call to get information. I don't call and ask. I call to report. I don't deserve information. You know what I'm saying?
Can I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
Hi, Kim. My name is Shay.
I know.
Question for you. So when were you notified by Ellie that they had the Snapchat history that you're referring to?
So I turned it over to them. I said you can have our cloud. And
she turned it over to them, but already admitted she never even saw it.
Did you hear her? Hang on. Sorry, I was moving stuff around. So she says that she turned over her cloud. Your Snapchat information is not stored on your cloud.
No.
Kim.
Nope.
It's an external app. You would have to get it from the app, or you can get it, you know, through Snapchat servers. It's not on your cloud.
Mm-hmm.
What is she even talking about?
She's Kimble leading along. She's just
oh my gosh.
Everything, not knowing that I don't have to give permission, they can just take it. So I said, you're free to take anything. So there was never any information other than when I went to, I got an email from our cloud that had been entered. So then I called I called the Apple people, I guess. And then I called the police and, you know, my friend, and they had been able to get back the memorialized Snap. Because I offered them our phones. I said, you can have our phone. You know, all of our phones. You can have anything you need.
Was this like right after the crimes, or
it was what? Excuse me?
Was it right after the crime, or was it recently?
It took a long. No, it was much longer than that. It was probably. I mean, you know, like in May. It was probably right before they got out of school, maybe, or maybe a little before that. It was not. It was definitely after they went back for spring semester.
So can I tell you like what I have a hard time with, and this is what what is a concern, and I understand it's happened, but like there's supposed to be a gag order. So I'm just wondering, like, why would they solicit that to you and put the case in jeopardy in general, right? Because you want it fair for both sides. So those are just that's kind of one thing that like I teeter on. And to be fair, Melissa has said that there's truth in your story, but there had just been so much changing. So I don't want you to think that's an attack, but
I understand that.
We also don't like dragging innocent people.
I agree with you. And I will tell you that it is fluid. I mean, things come out, and as they come out, yes, I can say that, yep, that's not, because there's so much misinformation and there's two sides. There's no gray in here. There's black and there's white, and it just seems like there's no middle of the road. Like to even consider that, yes, it's Koberger, but it's these people too. And then it doesn't solve.
Okay, pause before we get into your theories of it's Koberger, but it's so many others. Chief, that was when she said the Apple people, I almost fell out of my chair. She's like, the Apple people, and I was like, oh, I hate those mother truckers. Like, whenever anything needs done, and we are an Apple family. We have oh my gosh, like 3 MacBooks, multiple iPads, and all of our phones are iPhones. It is what it is. We like Apple products. We buy into it. I don't care. I like them. I refuse to go to the Apple people. That is my line. I can't stand going into the Apple store and dealing with the people in the lines and all the things. And then the Apple people. They're not the Geek Squad. They're the Apple people. So when she said that, I almost died laughing. You know, when the Apple people called her.
The Apple people.
Oh, let's get into her issues with Koberger and these other people.
The crime. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't prevent it from happening again. which is where I'm in that gray, right? So yes, you're right. But yeah, I suppose saying that the Snapchats are out there is a leak, but I also, part of that leak was purposeful. It is purposeful. It's definitely purposeful, because these kids think if they have Snapchat, and I'll give you a perfect example. And there's a content creator out there who has made a connection with two fraternity boys who she has a tight connection with and believes them, and very much so. And I'm glad she's for them, right? And so, but they don't know that their snaps are out. And the problem is their snaps are out. That puts them in harm's way. And I'm saying to these kids, you're in harm's way. Your snaps are not protected anymore. They've been memorialized.
They're out?
Where are these
police,
snaps?
law enforcement, and the prosecution and defense have. Yes, they have them. I know that my daughters are, and she's in that 10 o'clock group. Who knew at 10?
You're saying 10 o'clock is when they were
Wait,
known.
pause.
10 o'clock is when they were known. Do you know what?
She's in the 10 o'clock group. How many groups are there? Is there a 10:30 group? Is there a 9:30 group? 9:45? What the hell is she saying?
Numerous groups.
This woman.
They're all jeopardized and vulnerable now.
My daughter's group is out. She was in the 10 o'clock group. She makes it sound like, like kindergartners, Yeah. My son was in the 11 o'clock group as opposed to the 2 o'clock group. Like, what are you saying, lady?
Now flicker the lights and settle down.
Yeah. Crisscross applesauce.
Yep.
There's an earlier group according to her. Holy moly.
Yep.
Holy moly.
Yep.
Wow. Hey, Mom.
The context of a Snapchat message was, what was it?
It was that exactly what I've said, that when I called, she said, I know, Mom. And I said, you know what? She said, 4 students at UI were stabbed. And I said, how do you know? And she goes, because they were Pi Phis. And I said, how do you know? You're not a Pi Phi and you're at Wazoo. And she said, I know, but one of her sorority sisters' boyfriend goes to school there and he's friends with them. So she's friends with them. And she told them, and she texted them, and she gave the group Snapchat and the snap. And I said, well, what happened? And she said, they were stabbed. And I said, well, who did it? She was, I don't know. And I said, well, and she said, we got to somehow that 2 people survived. And I said, well, don't they know? Weren't they there? And she said, well, they were there, but they, it's a party house. And I said, qualified party house. And she said, drugs and stuff and, but, dealing drugs. And I'm like, so you're telling me it was a drug house? Have you been there? And she said, no. And she goes, I don't even think they dealt drugs. That's never, I've never, and I want to just be very clear here. I think the house was the target, not the kids. I think they learned something. I think drugs was an underlying issue, and it was not the main issue that was going on with that.
Don't forget that screenshot that Deets, made sure to play from that previous live where Kim in the groups days after the murder said, this has nothing to do with drugs.
Girl, you tell on yourself. People don't even have to debunk you. But here's the issue that happens in so many cases. Like you were saying, I think earlier about like you tried to dig in a little bit to the Summer Wells thing, but it's too much. And that's what happened in this one. It became bombarded with too much. The same thing with Delphi. Like, we're a creator or a person looking for the facts and the truth. Unless they were there from jump going through it all, they're like, whoa, this is confusing. What does this connect to? How do you do that? And that's where people like Kimbleweed take advantage, because they're able to come in and they're almost banking on the fact that you're not going to find her original messages, or maybe she even forgot she wrote them, or that people aren't going to take the time to connect the dots to what she originally said, or maybe they just don't care. Either way, it's messed up.
House, and I think Kaylee had discovered what was going on, and she was going to solve it. That's truly what I truly believe to this day, that they weren't involved, they just were caught up in it and taken advantage of, because it's kind of cycles through, is what I've learned over, because
but
my daughter always
I think we got a little off track though.
I know. I can get off the rails, I'll promise you that.
It's okay. Yeah. And I'm not trying to be repetitive, but if I don't have the answer, it's going to bother me. So
so I know, and I appreciate, and you know what, and I appreciate you keeping me out of the rails. So
okay.
Yeah,
so
I don't have
fluffing you up.
Honestly. So I said to her, I said,
of the context though is like, whatever Was it a single Snapchat message within a group? Do you know the specific?
It was a group
context?
snap. No, it was a group snap with the whole house, all of the girls
like
in
a
her
group
house. I know
message
that
of
for
all the
certain.
people. And
In her house, not her sorority house, but in her live out. She lived in a live out as well as like what they lived in. She lived in something similar.
Mm-hmm.
So you know what I'm
there
saying?
was an incoming message around 10 a.m. You're saying?
Yeah, yes, exactly.
Do you know the context of that message?
Yes, that there were. So the four students had died. 2 were alive. They thought it was a party. Guys were creeps. That's where the word creep came from. They were creeps, and they're guys. And I said, well, where were they? What? And she said they locked themselves in their bedroom.
Oh my
and I said, where? And she said in the basement. And I'm like, okay. And they didn't. She said it was just there was a party and it was a drug house, and that's what we. And then there were people outside, and inside they were creeps. That's where the creeps came from. That was the information until obviously the kids started talking. So I left it at that because we were driving home. We were going in a zone, and then I'm thinking, and then the news must have come on and said the police didn't get there till noon, and I knew she got the message at 10, and that's when I said, something's not right. You knew at 10, police weren't called till noon, but the roommates were there. What's going on? That's where this all started, and that was my question. She goes, I don't know, Mom, and I said, well, did they know them? And so they had talked back and forth more, and I think at some point she realized she didn't know the girls. She graduated with Xana's sister, but they're social media friends with different houses, so friendly, they had classes together or whatever, but not friends per se. So there was no reason for her to, to have it from her. But then, of course, then the girls are talking and speaking because it's so gruesome. And they didn't even truly
Oh my God,
know that
she just
911 hadn't
talks
been
in
called.
circles.
They just assumed 911 had been called and the parents had been called. And really, it didn't click to me that Dave also thought 911 had been called because they learned.
I'll jump over.
They just and told them everything.
I know, you're fine.
And all of my phone records and such are with Daniel, and you're free to have them as well if you want to see them. You're free to them. They're not redacted. I'm not redacting anything if I give it to you. I mean, I hope you don't put it public, please. Like, I don't need people chasing me down.
Did you ever get her phone records?
I know you're not, but yeah.
Well, no, I said I don't want them. Yeah, because
I would say, like, what would they prove?
Because as far as I know, she sent to Daniel a phone record that showed that she made one call to like the tip line or something, which doesn't tell me anything. Anybody could call the tip. That doesn't mean that anything else.
We got people out here doing it in cases. Like, yeah, anybody could call a tip line. How's that proof of anything?
Right.
Wow.
I don't have invited people to do that.
I don't not believe that you made calls to the tip lines and things like I have no again, the part that I am at a loss here for is how you managed to go from all these panels and relay specifics. If you're stating let's go back to the very first thing you said publicly, which was there's this Snapchat group, right? There was messages that went out, but you already said, and correct me if I'm wrong, you have never seen any of it with your actual eyes. So from that moment forward, all the other information coming out after, how am I supposed to take it? The very first thing you stated, everything after that is just hearsay, what you heard, right? And repeating what you heard. Even if you genuinely believe, no, I trust this person, but you don't know any of this to be actual truth.
And you're exactly right. And I will tell you, and I will say exactly that to you. And that's what I said to when I called law enforcement. I said, you're not going to speak to my daughter. She's not going to speak to you. She doesn't want to speak to you. She spoke to me. So you can.
Bullshit.
What? Listen, you're not going to speak to my daughter. I'm not going to allow it, but I am I am naming first and last names to all these students. And if you don't speak up, you're just as bad as the killer. I stand behind what I said. I stand behind naming them. But my daughter, she doesn't need she doesn't need involvement.
Yeah, man, we have a little thing. I don't know where it came from. We say that's a technical foul. Like, this is a huge technical foul she has going on right here. Huge red flags, flag on the play, whatever you want to call it. She called law enforcement. Her daughter is an adult, y'all.
Yep.
Her daughter is not a kid. I know we call them kids, and I get it. Like, mine are just, one's still in college, the other just graduated. So I get it. I get like why we call them kids. Her daughter is an adult. She doesn't get to intercede with law enforcement for her daughter to say she's not going to talk to you. Bitch, mommy don't have a choice on that.
Yep.
If your daughter was part of the 10 a.m. group, She has
Be
to talk to
subpoenaed.
law enforcement. She
Yep.
would absolutely. Well, it's not even a subpoena. They're not even going to go through you. I heard so much crap about parents, like a lot of the stuff that she was saying that was a big red flag to me when I first heard her was like, I called the school and did this, and I spoke with the school and did that. Like, you don't do that. When your kids are in college, they don't deal with us. Maybe a tiny bit as freshmen, but they still don't even like to deal with the parents of freshmen because that's what college is about. Your child is an adult. They have to deal with it.
We were just watching the Al Stauch interview, and his daughter, Lena, was freshly 8, days into being 8. And at that point, they didn't even know they were dealing with murder, okay? Just missing child, Gannon. And it didn't matter what Al said. They brought her in to speak to her. And he's like, can I be there? No. Can someone be there? Our person is trained. Like, we're speaking to this child, which I even thought, like, wow, like, are they allowed to do that at that point? Because she's just turned 8, like, it wasn't a murder yet. Nope, they can. It's not your choice.
Yeah. But absolutely. But her saying, like, one time I called my son-in-law's university to give them money. I wanted to pay his semester tuition, the remainder of it. I could not do that. They would not take my money because it's not me. Like, they can't access his account and tell me his account information. He's the one who has to do it. So, like, if they're not even gonna, and we know how universities are, they want your money, but in that instance, like, they just can't do it. It has to go through your child. And so a lot of the times, a lot of the things that she was saying about university, I'd be like, could you imagine if that were true? If her daughter truly was doing, or if there was any truth to what she's saying about her daughter, to know that, like, your mommy's calling your college with all these things. It's insane. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way.
Take it for what it is.
But why wouldn't, see, if you're screaming though that there's danger, that please, like these people are on the loose, but why wouldn't, and without getting into too much specifics, I guess that's your child, and I'm not asking for that, but wouldn't
she's 22. She's 22.
Right, yeah, but still it's your child, so I don't want to know much, but
so
I'm
just saying, like, to you, I would, because she's young and she wants to stay at school, she wants to have fun, and she doesn't want to be in the center of it. And these kids, and I understand kids, and that's what that was my big thing. Kids you may be interrupted for a semester or whatever. Kids are never going home to Thanksgiving or Christmas. Somebody's not hanging Christmas stockings this year. But she's not a mother. She's still young. And she came to me, and that's the deal. You come to me, you tell me the truth, and I will work with you. I will not bail you out of jail, but I will walk with you, and I will do whatever I can to help you to continue to do the right thing. Because the hope is when she gets to be a mom, she does the same.
What is she even talking about?
It's just because she's my daughter.
But to be fair, if your daughter or the home was used as an alibi, which I'm going to start with, how were you made aware of that?
Pulling teeth, having all the girls here, pulling teeth, having conversations, and just talking about it with them, nagging them. When I'm going to, there's this. So now we go
I have
to
a
the part
question
that's
for you,
the
MJ.
worst part of it is where snitch.
I don't want you to dox Kim. I know that info is out there, but how close is she to the university that her daughter attends?
Oh, I'm not sure. I'd have to look.
A lot of these conversations are sounding more like a high school mom than a college mom.
Because she had, and I, like, listen, I believe part of what she's saying. Like, Shay was always on the belief, no. I was more on the belief, I think she did hound her daughter and her friends. And what did you know? And what about this? I think she did.
An hour or two. See that? Okay. An hour or two. That's what I'm getting at. Like, I am heavily involved in my children's lives.
Right.
And the farthest university they went to was 2 hours away. There were a few times where I could get multiple, I couldn't get, like, multiples of their classmates came over for like a party in the summer, or around Thanksgiving we had a group of them one year because several of them didn't have, places to go on Thanksgiving, so we hosted them here. But it's not like every weekend they're coming home to mom and dad's and just chilling. That's like a high school thing. So how is she getting them all together in a room and pounding them for information? It just isn't adding up for me at all. Like I said, this sounds like a high school mom, not a college mom.
Right.
Just get stitches. Now, these kids, at least my kid grew up in a bubble. How would she know that? How would she even know that statement? I get she's grown up or whatever, but they've learned.
Oh my
that.
God!
You keep your mouth shut. You say nothing. Right? They know that, and it's not to be afraid. It's because the sororities and the Greek row is telling them. Now, this has all come out, this culture of not saying anything, and we're more aware of it now than ever because of this. But I did not know somebody was telling my children, "You can't speak." What are you talking about? You've just done everything. I mean, it's appalling, in my opinion. Right? Isn't it? You see a crime, and you're not going to say anything because you're afraid the Greek row president's going to get mad at you and you're going to get dropped. Like, that is appalling. I don't even have words for that. And so they don't speak. They keep quiet all the time. They don't talk about hazing. She'll never tell me what happened on her initiation. Nobody will. They don't speak about it. I don't know if you guys were. I was not in Greek. My school didn't have Greek. I don't think I would have been the personality to abide to that. But my son was like, no way. But my girls are a little different, and they did, and she did, and so that's the thing. She didn't want to be. She just wanted to continue her life, and I get that. And I'm not saying it's a great character trait. I'm not saying that it's not something that doesn't.
Kim.
No, but I'm saying, like, what you said was, earlier on, you're like, people need to wake up. Like, I was told to bring this from the rooftops, right? Get the attention, make people listen. But then now you're saying, your daughter will not speak about it. She won't even communicate to law enforcement. You have to do that for her. So, but if she was used as the alibi, and was she a part of this Snapchat?
Did she? I guess we'll find out. She has. So the law enforcement has no.
We'll find out. What? I thought.
When are we gonna find out, Kim? Jeez, we're gonna find out during the trial. She's gonna be watching this trial with bated breath, and anything if it's even remotely close to something she said, she's gonna be like, "See, I told you guys." Oh my gosh.
Oh, they've stated they have no concerns with any of these kids, that they were completely oblivious to everything that had happened. They were really, what it's looking like is they were just used to fill in a narrative, so that kind of like more of an alibi, right? This is what happened. So they thought it was a party, so that then they could ask kids that.
Second. Hazing is illegal. However, it does go on. It does go on heavily, or not heavily anymore, but it does happen. It's more prevalent in schools that do have a Greek community, but it is technically illegal. So it could have happened. We don't know. I'm not buying it, but that's just me.
Oh my God, Jules.
She commented on my. I wonder if that's the one that Yep sent to me. Was it from like 3 days? Oh no, you're saying something different. She said I don't have a college degree, that she's been right about everything, and it's all been proven.
It's all proven.
Okay. Yeah, I'll read what Yep sent me. It was just 3 days ago. Spreading misinformation in these cases 3 days ago.
So they could. I don't know. I mean, I do have an idea, but that's just my own theory about, they don't want people in power have children at these schools, at that school anyway, and they don't want them showing up. I mean, they don't want them to have any ramifications.
So were you or your kids subpoenaed at all for
no,
pre-trial?
We were not. No, we were not. And they did, however, they did ask them to sign statements, all of them, and they all refused. And they allowed it, and I was shocked.
They refused.
Yeah,
they refused to sign a
because
statement.
they're not, because stitches. And
but didn't they already
why would they not?
Miss ma'am, were you about to say snitches get stitches?
About to say snitches get stitches.
You are everywhere.
This is
all their business out.
Insane. Oh
Snitches
my
get stitches,
gosh.
Deeds. Come on.
Yeah, I want to know that, Jules. If you didn't really attend college and your degree is fake, does that like automatically negate all your student debt?
Mhm.
Just wondering.
Asking for a friend.
This is in jail. I called them.
Well,
Keep them at school.
So
But
I'm
you're
familiar with Greek, and this house isn't one sorority house, and
It's
not
all
all
of
of them were active. Like, it's a little different when you're keeping your rush,
Yeah.
your
Thank you,
initiation
Shay.
close to the chest because of that kind of secrecy in the sisterhood or brotherhood. But this just is different to me. And my whole thing is like, Brian's not even part of the Greek system. So that's
No.
like even weirder for me. Like, that's what I'm having a
don't even
hard time
know.
wrapping my head around. Why wouldn't you want to talk then? Why wouldn't you want to sign a statement? You know,
Because
just to have it on record. Cause like, if you're saying like Moscow and like Idaho, you know,
And
there's
Pullman.
some
I'm not holding Pullman outside the loop.
Okay.
Pullman's not just as bad.
I hear you. Like, I understand that like there may be a few bad apples, but
Mhm.
to say that you also have the Idaho State Police, you have the FBI, and it goes across multiple law enforcements, like that they wouldn't catch on to it. That's concerning to me, and that's what makes it really hard to
Well,
see
I do think
past
the
what
FBI
we've
is
been
aware.
given.
I actually here's part of so the FBI with the Quad Task Force, the drug task force that they have there from I think they started in 2016 because it's been such a problem. And they a sorority girl from Wazoo
Jump around a bit.
times I think
Yeah, I feel like she's just
there's
taking
drug
a
task force,
lot
but
of
I think-
this from what content creators were digging up and talking about. And she was just taking a lot of this BS from that, for one. Two, another thing that just hit me, Shay, she's like, I hate hearing my own voice. I hate hearing that too.
I
Or it's weird.
know.
But the questions that you asked her were spot on, because I was just like, it's not even just that she sounds like a high school mom. It sounds like her knowledge of the Greek system and what happens in college comes from like a TV show, like a movie or a show. And she's trying to force that belief onto this actual situation. Yeah, the girls were in the different sororities and Kaylee had already graduated, but she's trying to impress some, space, no pun intended, but like a Greek tragedy onto the situation with her knowledge of the Greek system being based off of something she watched on TV. That's what it sounds like.
Yep. She's just doing the most. And I just don't, I'm like, after seeing that email, I'm like, she admitted, like, I don't want to be near another true crime case again. Like, I basically inadvertently got thrown into this and I'm going to do what I have to do, but I'm not like, this isn't my passion. I have no interest in this. So seeing her everywhere right now, and she's everywhere. It's not one chat, two chat. She is in all these chats. I just don't know
everywhere. And it's wild. And yeah, Lisa, you're right. Or even from like 30 years ago, where it was like the way she said earlier, like, she's my baby, and until she has a kid, law enforcement aren't going to talk to her until she becomes a mother. Like, what? Like, it almost made it sound like, that philosophy of my daughter's under my care until she's married with her own family or something. It was very bizarre the way she worded that earlier and started talking about, she's not going to do this until she becomes a mother. It was weird. She's an adult, ma'am. Your daughter's an adult. It's crazy.
Well, and she was trying to basically say, my daughter just wants to get back to her life and just go on about it. And she's not a mom and she doesn't really understand how significant and serious this is, and it wouldn't be an option. So again, I was shown the proof, even though I'm sure it's happened countless times, but I was at least shown the proof to know all of this was sent to Ann Taylor. If she is searching far and wide, that is her job. That's her sole job. If there was any credibility, any piece that is true, they'd be thrown under the gag order and they would be going and being witnesses at trial. Like, it's as simple as that.
And there's no like law. Could you imagine the write-up, the paperwork that her personal Idaho statesman was like, oh, well, Kim told me I can't talk to her daughter. put that in my paperwork. Mommy shot me down. Can't speak to this adult human. Like, what the hell? It doesn't even make sense. But yeah, Jennifer, you picture Kim as the mom from Mean Girls. The one I'm not just a regular mom. I'm a cool mom. Like, what the heck is going on here?
But I just, what I don't want to happen is for people to forget.
Yes.
Like, and it happens, and I get it the same way, like, where I could get mad at someone, but after time I'm like, whatever, like, but this shouldn't be something that it's like, whatever, right? Like, or I wasn't there, I didn't see it. Not saying anybody's saying that, versus when it comes to things like this, it's dangerous. This person is very dangerous. She was on the phone when Brat came on my live, like that dot person that I mentioned to you guys earlier, who claimed that she was involved, that she was there, that she was in the getaway car for the murder. Kim was on a 3-way call with Brat and Dot. And Kim is the one who says that she has an inside connection with an FBI officer. And she's the one who's like, hold on, because they're on a 3-way. And she goes on the other line. And the trust is given to Kim to relay that information to that FBI officer. Like, this goes deep. And I question anybody that when you're pointing out their lies, that they go low, that they go personal. I don't have to go personal on anything with Kim. I'm just going to use your own words, right? Anybody has the right to go through anything I put on my channel, right? Anything I put out publicly, whatever.
These are things, she's putting out publicly. You absolutely have the right to address it, question it.
But she's going low and going personal. And what that tells me is you're trying to get me to stop talking, right? Like, that's the reason that someone would do that and go into your real life, is to get you to stop. Why?
I know. It's salty. Yeah, you're right. She needs to take her own advice about snitches. Like, can we change that saying for you, Kim? Liars get them too. Like, she needs to dial it back a notch. I do want to drop. MJ is about to go live, so in like a half hour. I want you to have time to get ready for that. But here is her upcoming live.
But
make sure you guys hop over there. But I'm so appreciative of you coming over and going through this with us, because seeing her try to weasel her way into this community and the things that she's been saying, and that's another thing. Real quick before I say thank yous. Yep had sent me a screenshot. So 3 days ago, Kim is in a comment section and she said she's telling this.
What's she saying?
Yeah. She says, Bubbly posted a super interesting video. I don't know who Bubbly is, but maybe you do. I have not seen it before. I forwarded it to Steve G through Olivia. So 3 days ago, she is still trying to involve the father of this victim. The guy in it is a frat guy. Shoes, jeans, hoodie, they all look alike. What? The car he got in and the car that wraps around. Bubbly has a short. I think the second car is in it. Will you check it out, please? So she's still trying to actively involve this father in this nonsense. Yeah, just leave him alone already. Through Olivia. So crazy.
But she did admit on my panel, like that live, that there's like 4 hours that she's up there, like, so that's a lot to go through. But she talks, she talks, she just manages to like, woo, but she's never spoken directly to the parents, like, but do I believe that she's giving it? Yeah, I do. And this is the scary part, is you only see the surface level, what's happening publicly. You don't realize what's happening privately. And if you were there at that time, there were these creators that coincidentally are dropping the same information that we know she was spreading privately at that time. And it's just sad. It's sad because, I'm a subscriber too, and I get that we like these creators, but it's some, like I said, there are viewers who genuinely just put trust in the creator. And so they trust that you've done it. And yes, it should be on us to also vet information, but not everybody does. And the way I saw people just accept it, and they get mad at you when you debunk it. Meanwhile, if something can be debunked it's a good thing, right? It's not something to get mad at. It's like, all right,
Absolutely
now
is.
we
I
could
remember.
put this to the side and, you know, focus on the truth. But they get mad when you debunk it. I've been threatened. It's crazy.
Yes. Yeah. I feel you there. And I don't know why, because our goal here on this platform, or if we're any type of true crime, whether it's full true crime like Melissa or true crime adjacent, our goal should it not be finding out the truth. I feel like that's what we were all, trying to do. Stop the dis and misinformation in its tracks and stick with the truth, because that realization of what social media is doing, how it is exploding, and how it is harming people connected, it's a big issue. And it's not saying, I know so many people took that as like, oh, you're trying to shut others down, or you're trying to tell people what they can and cannot talk about. No, we just hate seeing lies spread and innocent people be harmed. That's all it is. And so if we can do better, then we can encourage our fellow creators to do better. That's all.
Yeah,
that is all.
we could
and
always do better.
Absolutely. And just seeing her try to sneak into a new community, I'm like, nope, we got to talk about it.
I saw
We
her
have to talk
tiptoeing,
about
but
it.
it's the comments that she's making. Like, again, it's not like, oh, if I have an overlap in, like, I
Mhm.
don't know, like my House of Dragon commentating videos that I love, like, I wouldn't say anything, right? It's the context of where she is and why she's there. And I'm just seeing the same thing happen in this case that I saw with Idaho. And I think people need to stop entertaining these dog I keep using the dog handler just like as an example, but like,
I know.
this is not unusual. This happens all of the time. And when there is no new information coming in, they will make information. Like, they are going to make content. And I think the creators who host them need to be more responsible. Because I'm tired. I watched it happen with the dog handler, and it's like, everything's fine. You're pushing until it's exposed that they're either not who they say they are, or something doesn't add up. And then it's like, oh my, and then they jump on the other side of, I can't believe this. And it's like, no, if you put 1 minute of your own time, you would have seen from day one that there was, but you put them out. You're responsible for putting that out there.
Well, it's kind of like Jay is for Justice with Steph, that dog handler. Like, chasing okay, perfect. Chasing one in and tries to super chatter like, hey, this person is a fraud. Nonsense is over here debunking it, like trying to help you and actively stop the spread of lies in real time. And instead of like taking note of that and being like, oh shit, let me look into this real quick on the side while these ladies chat, you're gonna shut it down and get angry. And then a month later you're like, oh my god, I'm gonna out it now.
I was played. Let me jump on this panel and tell you all about it. Wait a second. But if you just did what you should have done and talk to Steph privately, have Steph send you those photos, then you do that quick little handy dandy reverse image search. You could have seen, nope, this person is legit. Now, I know it's not always black and white, and there are situations where we do take a risk as a creator having someone up giving their story, but that's when you make sure it's known, like, this is not verified. I can't, there's things that we can do. It's not always perfect, right? But something like with Jay for Justice, I just didn't want to drop the example with her name, your panel, but that is what infuriated me, because she pushed it, and then Nonsense was calling it out, and then it was like, then once everyone realizes she's exposed, you jump to the other side, and she fooled me just as much. I can't believe this. What do you mean? It was like, you are responsible for the havoc that just caused, and the misinformation, and people who still think, because it's the most bizarre thing, even when someone's exposed, they still think they're legitimate. People still think Kim Dot is legitimate. I don't know why. So you are responsible for putting that out there and having people believe it. It's just, come on.
Well, they want to buy into the creator. They buy into the group. It's almost kind of like Kim and her
groupthink. It is groupthink.
sorority thing. It is groupthink, absolutely. Because people want
Parasocial
to buy
relationship.
into that, and they want to feel connected to something, even if it's just other people on the internet. And so they follow wholeheartedly to the point that they put their freaking blinders on, and they're not willing to just, step back from it and look at it. And like, if you were explaining this to your friend, like, this is this true crime case and these are the things going on, what do you think? Someone not connected to YouTube be like, oh, that's hella sus, that's wrong, that don't make sense. Just
Right.
take a second and step back from it and look at it objectively the best you can. Because a lot of things will definitely become clear once you take those blinders off. Hey, Allie, hope you're well, love.
Yeah. But
Yeah,
just
we're about to get off.
Remember, and like I said a year ago when I did that stream, it's also for future streams and future cases and future situations to know people are willing to come in, claim they have a direct connection, claim they're getting information, they were there, they saw this. I know it's like a hard pill to swallow that someone is willing to lie about such a horrific situation. But they are. You have to be able to accept it. They are. And then once you realize someone's willing to do that, you'll be like smarter moving forward when questioning, and not just accepting it because someone said it.
Well, and they spin that into the story. And so using this dog handler, like Nonsense is saying that she's back in chat, Julia's back in chats, and she'll, probably be paneling again. That becomes the content.
Ask
The
yourself
drama
why.
surrounding it becomes the content instead of the case, instead of sharing information about the missing child, any of that. It becomes this huge drama circle where creators and subscribers alike stir up lies.
Oh no.
And that becomes the focus. It becomes a whole narrative off of the back of a case. It's messed up. Thank you, MK. Thank you, love.
Julianne, wait, you believe Kim? Just wanna confirm it's not a typo.
And that's why you believe. I mean,
you can if you want, but based on what? I would like, and this is where I like, based on what though? What do you believe? Well, and Nonsense, notice, because this is when my ears peaked up. Oh my gosh.
Peaked.
I'm tired.
You were going to say perked and peaked at the same time.
Yeah, which one is it? Perked up.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. This is when my ears perked up, is when you have other people calling to give credibility to the person who was exposed. Question that. That is not normal, but it's something we've also seen with the Idaho case, is a new person will come forward and help give credibility to the liar.
Mm-hmm. You will absolutely see that. You will see, like you said,
well, Julie,
somebody coming and co-signing it, and there will always be people, no matter how much proof you put in front of them and show the lies that they're actively stating, there will always be people who buy into it and believe it.
Mm-hmm. Well, and people also, like, because the lie may be based on like a piece that they believe. Like I said, I thought that there might be that little seed of truth under there that it makes it all true, so that's why I'm asking specifically, like, what do you believe? You believe the victims were decapitated? You believe their heart was cut out? Their hands, they were pregnant? Because what you can't do is say, oh, I believe this piece but not that piece. She's either a fucking liar or not. So you can't pick and choose which pieces you want to believe.
Do you believe that law enforcement is corrupt or that law enforcement is leaking information?
Right.
Like, which is
one or the other? You can't chill in the middle and be like, well, I don't believe the decapitation part, but I believe this. No, that's not how it works.
And then I do understand why we feel like we see a lot of the same players, and so naturally we want to put those puzzle pieces together and say, oh, they're implicated in this and they're implicated in that. Be careful with that. because that's what's actively going on in another case. And it's all based off of I feel, I believe, I think, and people are being thrown under the bus that have absolutely nothing to do with anything. So if we have to have concrete evidence to try to link them to things to be able to call others out in that manner, because then that becomes just as dangerous as the opposite side lying. So I do encourage creators to be careful with that as well. But I mean, I feel like besides actively going behind, okay, well, all right. I
See,
have
like,
nothing
because
more to say.
can both not be true at the same time? And I don't know why people always have an issue with that, because I have to say that so many times. Both can be true at the same time. Can law enforcement be corrupt in Moscow and Kim being a fucking liar be true at the same time?
Absolutely.
Oh, well, look at that. I don't know how one makes the other credible. One does not automatically align with the other. They're not synonymous with one another.
Oh, well, I believe Moscow is corrupt, therefore I have to buy into everything this person
Kim
is
must be
peddling
telling
me.
the truth. It makes me concerned for humanity, Deets. It really does.
She doesn't even know where her Snapchat stuff is stored, and she thinks that some FBI agency across the country pulled it off of her iCloud. I can't.
But that's the that's the answer you gave, Julianne, right? I asked you, what makes you think Kim is being truthful? The answer you gave me is, I believe Moscow Police Department is corrupt. So now you're saying, well, I never said, but that is the answer you gave. Out of any answer you could give of what makes you think Kim is credible and you believe her, what else would it be? You just said that. So if there's another answer, please.
Yeah. Because maybe you see something we don't see. Maybe you see past all the lies and misinformation and see something that's we're seeing. I don't, but if
Or
you
maybe
have
there's
something,
not
I'm
enough.
curious to know what it is. But right, Lisa, people often forget that it's the district attorney that prosecutes the case. It does have to be airtight, especially in a death penalty case. You're going to end up with a major crap show.
Well,
Can someone tell Nonsense if she is here? I'm not talking about her and to feck your arse. I can't say it. Yasin. I love his accent.
And also, Brian, if you believe Brian is not guilty, that also is not synonymous with Kim telling the truth. If you think that people did know about the murder in a Snapchat group, that has nothing to do with Kim. Like, I believe that too, like not necessarily the way she said it, but we know that based on the first, well, not the first press conference, but one of the early press conferences. I didn't ask if police are corrupt. Did I ask if police were corrupt? I'm pretty sure I asked specifically
I
what
made a
think.
statement. Yeah.
I mean, see, but a lot of comments are, and I noticed this is what I dealt with in the past. You're making a lot of comments instead of just making the comment with the answer, right? Like, you're kind of like, let me explain to you why I didn't give you the answer. Let me tell you what's the answer? What makes you think Kim is credible? What makes you think Kim is being truthful?
Hey, Kathy. I know you told me to F off earlier. Nonsense. I have receipts. Receipts or it didn't happen. Oh, gosh. The only thing Kim knows is Snapchats went out. We all know that. Exactly. We all know that, Salty Sleuth.
Okay. See, I think we got it. Not going to answer.
All right. Well, thank you. I'm glad Kim. Actually, I'm not glad Kim has a believer, because that's what perpetuates this stuff. That's what fuels the fire. People buying into what she's peddling. She's going to keep trying to peddle y'all snake oil as long as there's people willing to buy, and it's obvious that there are people willing to buy.
Always.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me on. I do appreciate it.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it, MJ. You're welcome up here anytime, and thank you for walking us through that. You are the expert in all things Kimbleweed.
Thank you.
Probably not a title you wanted to have, but we appreciate you nonetheless.
You can't always get what you want, but thank you, Deeds. Thank you, chat.
Okay, and don't forget to pop over to MJ's live. I'll be listening to it, you guys.
Thanks. Bye.
Hey, bye. Rory was wasted. Oh, I don't know anything about Rory, so I can't say that. receipts are only valid to those who have actually been exposed to something. ChatGPT doesn't provide receipts for their creations. That's true. That's absolutely true. I'm hoping maybe it'll focus on Sebastian more factual stuff, but I don't have high hopes yet. What was the question? I jumped into the middle of a combo. Oh. How do you feel about Seth interviewing Joe Petito? Look, regardless, this is not nonsense, this is me speaking, but regardless of how I feel about some of the claims that Seth has put out there in his own son's missing case, like, he is still a father who's hurting right now, a father of a missing child. And I think it's only a positive thing for him to connect to other men who have gone through it, and it might help him with his journey. So I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing. I don't know that it'll help Sebastian's case, but maybe it'll help him, which might in turn help Sebastian's case. So that's kind of how I look at that. Yeah, I wish, Harlow, I'm with you. I wish people would stop demonizing Seth and Chris and Katie, all of them. I really do. I would never in a million years want to be in any of their positions. And I think anything like connecting with other parents who have dealt with this is going to be beneficial to them. So I hope that they all have connections and people in their life that can help them through times like that. But so I got 2 streams back to back. It'll probably be another hot minute before I'm live, but you never know. I'll pop up on Jonesins or in a few chats here and there. Unless something really crazy. I don't even know what's gone down on YouTube today. Has it been wild out there? It's been a wild couple days. Let's see. What's my just checking my timeline out real quick. Seems like it's all the same topic, same as yesterday, which was wild. I still feel how I feel about that. That seems to be about it. But unless it gets crazy out there, I got some life to take care of. But check out MJ's, check out Allie's, check out Nonsenses, check out Jules, Jones in, any other creator. I'm trying to scroll through my chat and see who's in here. So many great creators. Criminality. Lots of great content creators to be listening to every day. And I will see you guys on the next one. Love, love.